Welcome to the Sleepy Wall Veteran. In this story, you will be taken in a beautiful documentary to take you on an adventure back into history. Please, calm your mind and enjoy the story. In the late winter of 1942, the Eastern Front breathed in slow, strained rhythms. The first German drive on Moscow had failed in the snow, and the Red Army had not broken in the counteroffensive that followed. Towns changed hands by the week. Rail lines buckled and were relaid. Formations that had marched hundreds of kilometers were reorganized around pot-bellied stoves and field kitchens. The campaign year closed with both sides exhausted and convinced that the next push might decide more than a season. Berlin drew its plan on a long table. The directive that followed, known to the German staff as Case Blue, assigned Army Group South the task of taking the oil fields of the Caucasus and securing the lower Volga. Oil was the point. Without it, trucks would sit idle, tanks would be rationed to training circles, and aircraft would be grounded more often than they flew. The Volga was the artery. Barges and tankers carried fuel northward from the Caspian and moved grain and steel along an inland waterway that could not be interdicted by submarines. A city on its west bank, Stalingrad, was not initially a target for its name alone. It was a major industrial center, a rail hub, and a choke point on that river. The German army that would attempt this had to be rebuilt after the first winter. Divisions were brought back to strength with drafts from home and with convalescents. New models of guns and tanks trickled forward. The Luftwaffe shifted squadrons south to support the next offensive. But the repairs hid structural limits. Fuel stocks were finite. Motor transport was short. Horses still pulled the majority of wagons. And the further south the front ran, the longer the supply lines became. Railways regained their function only after the laborious conversion of Soviet gauge to German standards, a job measured in thousands of men and rails laid under pressure. On the Soviet side, the State Defense Committee and Stavka, the High Command, took stock under the pressure of continuous war. The industrial evacuation of the previous year had moved entire plants east across the Urals. And by early 1942, those machines were beginning to produce at scale again. Rifles, guns, and the robust T-34 tanks rolled out of new halls. Organization remained rough in places, and losses at the turn of the year had been severe. Yet reserves existed, and experience, however costly, was accumulating in staffs and regiments. Commanders who had learned their trade in the hardest way were returned to line duty with clearer ideas about what they could and could not ask of an army under fire. The ground itself explained some of the choices both sides made. From the bend of the Don to the Volga, the steppe opened in wide, rolling distances broken by rivers that ran shallow in summer and heavy in spring. In the south, the Caucasus lifted in ranges that forced roads and rails into narrow corridors. Stalingrad sat on a terrace above the wide Volga, its riverbank lined with docks and warehouses. Inland, rail yards threaded the city's factories to the rest of the country. The Dzerzhinsky tractor plant on the northern edge had switched from farming machinery to tanks. The Red October steel works, the Barricadi ordnance plant, and the brick and grain combines formed an industrial belt that made the city a target for practical reasons before any symbolic ones were considered. Before Case Blue began, a preface of battles set its terms. In May 1942, the Red Army tried to recover Kharkov with an ambitious offensive from the Izium salient. The German counterstroke encircled large Soviet forces and destroyed or captured many of them. The loss cost the Soviets trained troops and equipment and gave the German High Command a renewed belief that the Southern Front could be broken in depth. In Crimea, German and Allied units under a different command reduced Sevastopol after a long siege that ended in early July. These two events freed German formations and heavy guns for the summer's main effort and further focused Berlin on the south. Case Blue opened on 28th of June 1942 with familiar speed. German spearheads crossed the Donets and pushed toward the Middle Don, taking Voronezh on the upper river and driving Soviet forces back on broad fronts. The Soviet defense yielded ground while trying to fix the shape of the advance, and the price for staying too long in forward salience was, again, encirclement. By early July, with momentum in hand, the German command split its southern mass. Army Group A would turn toward the Caucasus with the 1st Panzer Army and the 17th Army. Army Group B would secure the line of the Don and advance toward the Volga with the 6th Army and the 4th Panzer Army. It was a decision that multiplied objectives and stretched support. The Luftwaffe's air fleets, strong at the start, had to cover both wings. Allied formations, Romanian, Italian, and Hungarian armies were assigned long stretches of flank along the Don to free German units for the drives south and east. Paulus's 6th Army, rebuilt and refitted over the spring, bore the main weight of the move toward the Volga. Its divisions had experience and good staff work. Its supply columns were adequate on maps and thin on the road. To its south and east, Hoth's 4th Panzer Army was to drive ahead, turn north, and help force the final approach to the river. The operational idea was to reach the Volga on a broad arc, cut Stalingrad's connections, and make the river a barrier behind Soviet lines that could be held against the counterattack. It was a problem of rivers, railheads, and time. For the Red Army, the summer's first weeks were a retreat under orders. Bridges were blown and rebuilt farther east. Rear guards fought at crossings to buy hours. Reserves were sent south from other fronts as quickly as command could release them. Stavka reshuffled commands in the threatened sector, forming a new Stalingrad front and then additional fronts to the north and south to control the approaches. At various times that summer, Timoshenko, Gordov, and Yeremenko moved into key roles, each under the supervision of senior representatives who reported directly to Stalin. On 28th of July, a general order, number 227, was issued that forbade unauthorized withdrawals. Its phrase, "not one step back," was enforced with measures designed to stiffen lines that had been giving ground for weeks. The effect varied by unit and circumstance, but the intent was clear. The Volga must not be lost. Behind the front lines, Stalingrad prepared itself. Efforts that spring and summer turned public buildings into field hospitals and storage. Trenches and anti-tank ditches were cut into the outskirts. Factory grounds were tied into the defense plan as strong points if the fight reached them. The city's administration dispersed archives and moved children and non-essential workers across the river when possible, though many civilians stayed, by necessity, by assignment, or because they had nowhere to go. Ferries, the low, wide craft that had worked the Volga for years, became part of the city's lifeline, plying the broad water under orders that would later be tested in air raids. As Paulus's advance approached the great bend of the Don, the German timetable began to lengthen. Supply moved forward on repaired rails to hubs at Milerovo and Morozovskaya, and then by truck to the divisions on the line. The further those trucks ran, the more fuel they burned on the journey that was supposed to supply fuel to others. Dust clogged filters and eyes. Summer heat punished engines and men alike. The Luftwaffe covered the road, interdicted crossings, and pounded railway stations, but it too began to feel the distance. Aircraft serviceability declined as squadrons hopped airfields toward the east. Bombs and fuel had to be brought up the same rails as everything else. Through July and into August, the German 6th Army fought across the Don steppe toward the city's outer approaches. Soviet counterattacks were launched wherever local strength allowed. some succeeding for days, some breaking at first contact. Cavalry formations rode wide around open flanks to threaten supply lines. Tank brigades tried to catch the forward elements before they could consolidate. The 62nd and 64th Armies, among others, were fed forward to block the last approaches to the river. Losses were heavy on both sides, and each time a crest was taken and a line crossed, the next terrain feature appeared. Not an alpine ridge, but a scattering of hollows, ravines, and low hills that served the river's terrace like steps. Within the German leadership, the separation of objectives began to show. Army Group A pushed deep into the northern Caucasus, taking Maikop, whose oil facilities had been largely disabled before capture, and advancing toward Grozny and the passes. Army Group B, with fewer panzer divisions and many miles of flank assigned to Allied armies, continued toward the Volga. Intelligence estimates in Berlin underestimated Soviet reserves. Even after the losses at Kharkov, additional armies were assembling on the far side of the river. The German calculus still assumed that a hard blow at the right spot would collapse the front. The Luftwaffe's southern air formations, led at the corps level by experienced commanders, directed increasing effort against Stalingrad's rail yards and docks in August. The intent was to isolate the city before the ground troops arrived. Bomb loads fell on warehouses and stations. Fires started and ran with a summer wind. The river remained navigable, but landing a barge became an exercise in timing more than in routine. The strikes hurt capacity and morale, but they did not stop movement altogether. The Volga's breadth, nearly 2 kilometers at the city, meant that even damaged facilities could be bypassed by landing further up or downstream. In this period, factories inside Stalingrad continued to produce while preparing to fight. The tractor plant completed tanks through the summer. The Barricadi and Red October works, supplying guns and steel, organized their labor with defense in mind. Plans were laid to repair rails under fire, to mount guns from the factory straight onto the rail cars or into field positions, and to convert basements and workshops into shelters for workers and soldiers alike. The city's layouts, long streets parallel to the river, industrial belts stepping inland, would soon become lines on maps visited by battalion and regiment in a different way than planners had intended. By mid-August, the German 6th Army had closed the outer defensive ring west of the city, with forward troops pushing through Kalach on the Don to seize crossings. The 4th Panzer Army, which had detoured south in earlier weeks, now turned north to join the approach on the Volga. With 2 armored groupings converging, the German command believed an encirclement might be created west of Stalingrad. The Soviets answered by feeding more formations into the narrowing ground and by defending crossings and ravines with whatever could be brought to bear. Stavka understood that holding a bridgehead on the west bank, however shallow, would force the enemy to fight into the river line rather than around it. From Moscow to Berlin, the battle's outlines were now evident. For Germany, taking Stalingrad meant cutting the Volga, securing the left flank of the Caucasus thrust, and depriving the Red Army of a key industrial and transport hub. For the Soviet Union, holding the city meant keeping the Volga open, protecting the approaches to the southeast, and anchoring a defense that could absorb the summer's pressure and counterattack when the balance allowed. The names associated with the place, Paulus and Hoth on one side, Yeremenko, Chuikov, and later Zhukov and Vasilevsky on the other, would be attached to decisions made in rooms lit by kerosene lamps and in field headquarters dug into riverbanks. On the ground, the last miles to the Volga were measured not in map squares, but in labor and ammunition. Engineers of both sides cut and filled. Guns were dragged forward, registered, and made to speak in schedules that artillery staffs worked like mathematics. Infantry formed and reformed, taking and holding fieldworks that would be fought over again within days. The steppes' color drained under dust and smoke. The river's surface recorded the movement of barges, tugs, and pontoon trains as faint lines visible from high air and from factory roofs. Everything was set before the moment most people later remembered as the opening of the siege. The massive air attack on Stalingrad in late August and the first German forces entering the outskirts. But those images, documented and repeated in later years, were preceded by months of decisions in which oil, rail, rivers, and time were weighed against one another by both sides. The story that followed would be told in hundreds of small fights across workshops, apartment blocks, and stairwells, in the schedules of ferry runs and artillery lifts, and in plans drawn many kilometers from the front that counted on weather and on men to keep to timetables that became harder to meet with each passing day. In the last week of August 1942, as summer heat pressed down and dust lifted from the approaches, forward battalions of the 6th Army reached the city's outer districts. Across the Volga, tugboats nosed barges into the current despite the raids. Order number 227 had already begun to shape the lines. New commands took hold along the bank. The German plan for the summer had turned the map of the South into 2 arrows. Both had advanced far. Now one of them pressed up to the river that had been named in the directive months before. The next chapter begins where that arrow met stone, steel, and a city built to work and now ordered to stand. The first shock fell from the sky. In the late afternoon of the 23rd of August, 1942, the southern air fleets, flying in massed waves, swept along the Volga and over the terraces of Stalingrad. Bomb loads walked through the rail yards and warehouses and then into residential districts where brick and wood met the heat like tinder. Oil tanks along the waterfront burned high and slow. The smoke carried on a wind that pushed flame along streets parallel to the river. Telephone exchanges went quiet. Fire brigades worked under a hail of splinters until pumps ran dry or hoses burned through. By night, the river threw back an orange light, and the drone of returning aircraft mixed with the clatter of shovels and the calls of units trying to find what remained of their billets. Even before the last incendiaries fell, the forward elements of the 6th Army had reached the outer districts. North of the city, a panzer division forced its way through the scattered settlements of Spartanovka and Rhynok, and in a burst that surprised even its commander, nosed up to the Volga's bank. For a few hours that day, steel tracks rolled into reeds at the water's edge. Men looked across a river they had only seen on maps. The column could not stay. The flanks were bare, and the fuel columns far behind. But the meaning was clear enough. The Germans had touched the artery they had come to cut. The next days gave the battle its permanent features. Stalingrad did not empty. Civic authorities had already begun to move archives and children across the Volga in June and July. After the raid, traffic increased but never reached zero. Some could not leave. Workers with essential assignments, hospital staff, men and women whose families were scattered downriver and who had no certain place to go. Others would not. They went to ground in cellars and basements, then to workshops reworked as shelters, and they were put to work by committees that needed hands more than they needed documents to prove entitlement. Factory militias, raised earlier in the summer, were attached to Army headquarters by the handful. Here a platoon of clerks and machinists, there a company of crane operators and yard workers, folded into the line wherever it was thinnest. Across the river, the Volga flotilla adopted a schedule that did not admit of timetables. Low-profile tugs took barges into the current at night and during lulls, hugging shadows under the west bank on the approach, then driving hard in brief sprints to a landing point that might change from hour to hour. Ammunition came east to west. Wounded and evacuees went west to east. Pilots, men who had worked the river since long before the war, learned the pattern of the raids and the angles of approach that hid them for a few seconds longer. The difference between a line of splashes in the wake and a hull that survived to appear again. Anti-aircraft guns, some manned by very young crews from training units, stood in parks and on factory roofs, first in their intended role and, as the fight closed, in others, their barrels depressed to rake streets where armor nosed forward. At the front, commands were reshaped to meet a crisis that was moving faster than road columns could. The Stalingrad front under Andrei Yeremenko held the door with whatever was on hand. South of the city, the 64th Army blocked the approach from the steppe and the lower bends. To the north and west, armies assigned to hold the line of the Don traded ground for time. Within the city and its immediate approaches, the 62nd Army, under Anton Lopatin, pulled divisions into a defensive belt that would have to anchor itself on stone and steel. Order number 227, issued weeks earlier, was not a slogan in these streets. It was an instruction to headquarters and company alike that no unapproved withdrawals would be tolerated. Blocking detachments existed. More importantly, staffs learned which officers could read ground and hold it, and they moved them forward quickly. The terrain shaped decisions before anyone spoke them aloud. Stalingrad did not present a single wall to a single road. It turned itself sideways to an attacker coming from the west. Long streets ran north-south, parallel to the river. Perpendicular streets climbed the terraces in steps. The broad ravine of the Tsaritsa cut the city near its center. Farther north, a burial mound, Mamayev Kurgan, rose above the rail yards and the central districts with a slow, even slope that gave no obvious cover. The factories to the north, Red October, Barrikady, and the Dzerzhinsky tractor plant, sat in a belt of steel sheds, foundries, and machine shops that had been laid out to serve production and transport, not defense. In late August, engineers walked those yards and marked firing points. They dug communication trenches between workshops and tied basements into galleries so that a company could pass under fire from one building to another without showing on a street. The German plan, written in a calmer room months earlier, imagined envelopments, not stairwells, but momentum and terrain made choices for them. Army Group A's push into the Caucasus had pulled a portion of the mobile weight south. Army Group B on the Volga approach still had the 4th Panzer Army and the panzers in the 6th Army to work with, but their axes diverged. Hoth's 4th Panzer Army, delayed by fights south of the city, turned north only in early September. Paulus's formations, reaching for encirclement from west to east, discovered that every kilometer narrowed to a fight over a ridge, a ravine, or the course of a tramline. Whenever a German map showed a lateral in the city's flank, the solution turned out to be a lane between yards, and the yards had become strong points by the time it was found. Air power remained decisive and insufficient at once. The Luftwaffe's Southern Air Fleet broke railheads and ferry slips on demand and flew with a regularity that suggested inexhaustible capacity. It was not. The squadrons had been stretched south early in the summer. Serviceability was good on paper and falling in the heat. Every new field required the same trucks and rail cars that the ground armies needed for fuel, ammunition, and rations. Even so, the air attacks forced defenders to work in the seams. A ferry point that existed at noon became untenable by dusk. A regiment that received rations at midnight did not know if the same route would function tomorrow. This did not stop movement. It made it a craft rather than a routine. North of the city proper, the spearhead that had reached the Volga near Rhynok discovered the limits of advance without lateral support. Soviet reserves counterattacked into the shoulders of the penetration. Rifle brigades stiffened by tanks moved over ground they knew well, and cavalry detachments, still useful in the steppes' broken ground, slipped behind hedgerows and into orchards to tally fuel trucks and ambulances as targets rather than abstractions. The salient did not close. It shortened. Forward German units held on to the water's edge by habit and by order. Their supply came through a corridor that could be pinched at any hour. The southern approach took longer to resolve. The 64th Army along the lower approaches fought a series of delays. Fire fought with time, around Abganerovo, Beketovka, and the bends of small rivers that meant little except on days when the next ridge was in range. When Hoth's formations finally turned north, pressure against the city's southern districts increased. But the tempo that German operations had shown in previous campaigns refused to return. Each thrust, well organized, reinforced with artillery, and covered from the air, found itself asked to become a holding operation while the next formation came up on the flank. The river, always present to the east, made wide maneuvers impossible once a unit reached the last terrace. Hold while the next blow forms became as common an instruction as advance to line X. Inside the city, civil and military command worked from maps that were revised daily. Hospitals were moved underground or across the river as their addresses became coordinates in someone else's fire plan. The waterworks became a point of contention because pumps mattered more than frontage. The militia components attached to regular regiments showed what they could do. Some held as long as ordered until relieved. Others broke and dispersed into clusters that had to be gathered again by officers who understood that this was not cowardice so much as exhaustion under a new kind of pressure. NKVD regiments, originally assigned to keep order and man key posts, found themselves splashed across the line wherever the day's list of critical points ran longer than the roster. By the first week of September, the line that would be recognized later as the City Front existed. Its northern anchor lay in the belt of factories. Its middle rested on Mamayev, Kurgan, and the central railway station. Its southern bend curved around the Tsaritsa and the districts beyond. Beyond the city, to the north, the 66th Army gathered for counteroffensives that Stavka hoped would pull the 6th Army's weight off the city itself. These blows at Kotluban would open in the second week of September, timed to coincide with the pressure from within. But even in their preparation, the friction was visible. Units weary from forced marches, shortages of transport that reduced operational plans to something closer to what can be done on Tuesday. German Corps headquarters drew their own diagrams. The LI Army Corps on the western edge rehearsed how to break the central districts once the shoulders gave way. The XY-5 Panzer Corps managed the north and the hinge toward the river. Infantry divisions marked blocks on city plans with grease pencil and learned witch names. Red October, Barricadi, meant fields of slag and sheds rather than romantic labels. Batteries calibrated for short arcs and high rates of fire. Mortars were brought up in numbers that recalled older wars. Assault engineers rehearsed how to take a building by working floor by floor. The word for this kind of fighting, Rattenkrieg, rat war, began as a complaint at staff tables and became the only accurate description available. One emblematic feature, the burial mound that dominated the center, changed hands in hours and then again the next day. Artillery cut its slopes without altering their function. Shells tore at the soil and left a powder that clung to boots and turned to paste in the rain. Units posted there early learned that no order to hold could be obeyed by a static posture. They held by moving along the fold of ground and by working in triads, one to watch, one to reload, one to run messages back along a trench that had not existed yesterday. Under this, the river worked without pause. By September, a pattern emerged that veterans on both banks would remember without needing a map. At dusk, guns on the eastern shore opened with planned concentrations to push enemy observers into cover. During the night, barges and crossing boats worked a set of points that changed every few days to avoid routines. Before dawn, artillery on the west bank, whatever still answered to orders, laid down a defensive barrage to mask the last runs. Civilian ferries that had been mended and manned by naval crews did the work when nothing else was available. The flotilla lost hulls and men. It did not stop. The 62nd Army's supply, reinforcement, and evacuation depended on that stubborn movement, and so did the evacuation of those civilians who could still be moved. The argument inside Soviet command about how to hold the West Bank hardened with the lines. Yeremenko wanted a commander inside the city who would spend reserves carefully and hold frontage that often shrank to a single street. Lopatin had done what he could with exhausted divisions. He was faulted for discussing withdrawals that the front headquarters had not authorized. Signals sent across the river took longer to reach their destinations because wire lines were cut and runners were slow. In Moscow, Stavka watched the daily reports tighten and began to look for a commander whose temperament matched a fight that would be measured in stairwells. A name was proposed and approved. He would cross the river in the next days and take a headquarters that had learned to sleep in boots. On the German side, overconfidence thinned into impatience. The staff history for the 6th Army's first week before the city counted kilometers and took pride in the contact with the Volga on 23rd August. The daily entries now began to count buildings. Even the Luftwaffe's reports, which had tallied sorties, turned to registering specific fires and the status of particular docks. Fuel made a new appearance in the ledgers, not as a stock but as a question. With Army Group A pushing deeper into the Caucasus and the rail net never quite catching up, the army on the Volga's bank discovered limits that had been abstract in May and obvious in September. The outward shape at the end of the first fortnight could be drawn in a handful of lines. German battalions stood inside the western districts, pushing methodically into the center and holding the riverbank north of the city's limits. The southern approach had bent into the suburbs, but not cracked the arc. The defenders held an island of ground along the water's edge, broader in some places and thinner than a street in others. The factories were still working, less for output now than for repair and defense, but their cranes and furnaces still stood. North of the city, off to the steppe, trains unloaded new formations for counterattack. South of it, the 64th Army learned to trade skirmishes for hours and days. A city built for production had been turned into a map of posts. Behind that map lay a river that could still carry barges in the dark and a command that had decided the West Bank would be held at whatever cost the next month presented. Ahead of it lay an army used to speed that would now move by block, and an air arm that could still break a building but could not compel a crossing of a street. September would bring fresh commanders into dugouts on the western shore and counteroffensives across the steppe north of the city. Before those movements began, the battle had already changed from an approach to an occupation of ground measured in distances a man could walk in a minute. The change in command came across the river in a small boat. In the second week of September, Andrei Yeremenko put Vasily Chuikov in charge of the 62nd Army, an appointment made not for tidy staff work, but for a temperament that matched the ground ahead. Chuikov crossed the Volga under bombing, walked into a command post dug into the western bank, and read the map not as a picture of districts, but as a set of distances a man could cross with a grenade and a submachine gun. He issued simple instructions that shaped everything that followed. close with the attacker so that artillery and aircraft could not strike without hitting their own. Break the battlefield into rooms, stairwells, and corridors. Fight by small groups that knew their routes and their tasks. The first major test came at once. On 13th to 14th September, the 6th Army pressed hard into the city center, turning the railway station, the tall riverbank, and Mamayev Kurgan into objectives to be taken before the defenders could reknit their line. German assault engineers and infantry advanced behind short, ferocious bombardments. Stuka dive bombers rolled in on whistles that announced each strike. Assault guns nosed along streets covered in dust and glass. The central station, its platforms a fan of tracks that tied the factory belt to the south, changed hands several times in a single day. Mamayev Kurgan, its slopes torn to loose earth by shell bursts, became a measure of endurance. Companies climbed and slipped back by meters, holding not so much a hill as the habit of returning to it. Chuikov had no reserve worthy of the word until nightfall on the 14th, when Alexander Rodimtsev's 13th Guards Rifle Division crossed the river. The crossing was neither orderly nor safe. Barges and boats came in on rough schedules, guided by pilots who had learned to read the shape of tracer in the dark. One load was hit and listed. Another nosed through shallow water and grounded short of the landing. Men went over the side and waded the last stretch, then ran straight from the bank into streets where tracers crossed at head height. Rodimtsev's regiment stabilized the center by impact more than by maneuver. They retook the station in a rush, posted machine guns on stair landings and at the ends of platforms, and dug communications trenches that let a runner travel from the riverbank to the first line without climbing into view. The pattern that grew from those days fixed the city's grammar. German Corps' headquarters divided the map into sectors and assigned each to formations that had learned how to take a block. Infantry companies reinforced with pioneer detachments and flamethrowers, backed by guns registered to lift fire in short jumps. Each push began with precision and usually gained a street or two. Then the ground dissolved into small fights the plan had not anticipated. A platoon found itself hung on a stairwell, trading grenades through a hole in a wall. A machine gun team that had supported a crossing found the street behind it blocked by fallen masonry and could not be relieved before night. When units cut through to the riverbank, they discovered that holding a strip of waterline under fire from across the Volga was not the same thing as controlling the streets behind it. Progress became a series of notches rather than a line. On the Soviet side, Chuikov and his staff turned factories and workers' settlements into galleries of movement. Storm groups were organized, 6 to 10 men with submachine guns, satchel charges, a light machine gun, a pair of sappers with wire cutters, sometimes a sniper or an anti-tank rifleman. Their job was not to hold a broad front, but to sever an assault's head from its tail, slip along a trench, through a cellar, up a stair, and hit a post from the side while another group kept up noise to the front. Artillery on the east bank, regimental guns and heavier pieces, fired at short, prearranged intervals, lifting their shells by a fixed number of meters when a flare signaled that a friendly group had moved forward. The Volga flotilla learned to run ammunition and replacements in bursts, a lane opened by suppressive fire from the eastern batteries, a landing that lasted minutes, and then silence again while observation posts counted the cost. The north of the city, where the belt of Red October and barricade factories sat between slag heaps and rail spurs, remained, for the moment, a second act. There, the 6th Army's 14th Panzer Corps pressed toward the river through workers' streets that had been surveyed already by factory engineers for defense. Lines of sight measured, ramp doors braced, basements linked. The factory whistles were silent now. but lathes and cranes still worked to repair guns or mount a barrel directly on a sledge that could be dragged from a shop to a firing point. A railway turntable became a strong point by accident. Its pit, once a maintenance feature, made a ready-made emplacement that no blueprint had foreseen. North of the city, far out on the steppe beyond the last suburbs, Stavka ordered counter-offensives at Kotluban to break the siege's shape and force the Sixth Army to pull weight off the line inside Stalingrad. Armies that had been assembled in haste, guards, formations, and rifle divisions patched with fresh drafts, went forward over open ground against positions the Germans had had time to wire and range. The attacks were large enough to fix attention and small enough in execution to fall short. They bled badly. Their effect was indirect, but real. German reserves that might have gone into the city stayed north to answer the blows, and staff tables that wrote neat arrows into the central districts had to erase them and wait for reinforcement that did not arrive on schedule. Air power still tried to settle the city by weight. The Luftwaffe flew point missions, striking a ferry slip or a known headquarters in the few minutes when smoke drifted clear and an observer could identify a target with confidence. But Chuikov's instruction to hug the front reduced the air arm's reach. Often the distances between combatants were so close that even a well-placed bomb risked lifting both sides out of a trench. When the weather turned and autumn rains laid a film across rubble, the dust that had marked each strike in August fell to the ground, and smoke from field stoves hung low in courtyards where civilians and soldiers shared what shelter existed. Mamiev Kurgan, always visible, refused to belong to either side. Shellfire shaved its slopes until the earth lay granular and slick. The paths up it were mapped and remapped, each labeled with names that meant something only to the companies that used them. The possession of the crest did not guarantee control, only observation. Sniper pairs began to settle on its shoulders and in the ruins below, working lanes where movement repeated by necessity. Water details to a pump, runners to a headquarters dugout, stretcher teams to an aid post. Their presence did not yet have the fame it would later gain, but it had the same effect from the start. Men learned which windows to avoid and which shadows to respect. In the southern districts, the 4th Panzer Army's pressure increased late in the month, pushing into neighborhoods beyond the Tsaritsa ravine. The ravine itself, of no value before the war except to drain streets, became a supply line and a hazard. German units tried to cross its mouth under fire from the east bank. Soviet detachments moved along its floor and sides like water, appearing to strike a flank and then disappearing again into its bends. Farther west, in the open beyond the suburbs, field kitchens smoked under canvas and medical tents tried to create routine from the irregular flood of wounded carried in from the blocks. The hospitals posted in public buildings earlier in the summer had by now either moved underground or been destroyed. The 62nd Army's divisions changed by the day. The 10th NKVD division that had held first in the center was worn down and redistributed across the line. New formations crossed as the flotilla could manage it. The 95th Rifle Division, which would be remembered for its posts on the Central Heights. Elements of Siberian units that would later be attached to sectors near the factories. Company and battalion numbers on paper bore little relation to how many men rose to a roll call at dawn. Even so, headquarters kept the ledgers. It mattered to know whether a regiment could furnish a storm group here and an ambush there, or whether it had to lie quiet for a day and let a neighboring unit carry the weight. German staff worked likewise adapted. Assault groups carried more demolition charges and fewer long rifles. Field guns were pulled forward to fire direct into a facade before an infantry section crossed a street. Heavy machine guns were sighted not for depth but to rake the angles of a courtyard. Battalion commanders learned to mark buildings by shell holes, the one with the corner blown out, because street names meant less after entire blocks had collapsed. Pioneers preheated flamethrower fuel in the lee of walls to keep the pressure up in the cool of the morning. The army that had crossed hundreds of kilometers in weeks now counted its gains by staircases. Logistics imposed choices neither side could avoid. For the Germans, rail that ended at Milerovo or Morozovskaya meant trucks burning their own cargo to carry it forward. Ammunition was sufficient to sustain daily attacks, but not to stockpile for a large, continuous blow unless other sectors were starved. For the Soviets, the Volga was both a lifeline and a risk. When ice began to form at the margins late in the month, pilots had to judge not only the pattern of bombs, but the set of a flow in the current. The flotilla shifted to smaller craft, where it could, lower silhouettes, less loss when a boat was hit, and accepted that the river would choose some of its days. East Bank depots kept ammunition ready in loads that matched the size of a craft, not a regulation pallet, so that nothing had to be broken down on the shore under fire. By the end of September, the map looked simple and lived complicated. In the north, German units had reached the river in several places beyond the city, threatening to roll the line from above. Inside the city, they held wedges that cut deep into residential streets and, in the center, touched the riverbank temporarily before being prized off by night counterattacks. South of the Tsaritsa, the 4th Panzer Army's infantry pressed but had not forced a clean break to the water. The factories still stood in Soviet hands, their yards battered and altered into a puzzle aligned to defense. Beyond the city, Soviet armies north of Stalingrad were preparing yet another push. German divisions held their trenches there with numbers thin enough that staff officers glanced down the rows of names on their reports and did the arithmetic twice. What changed most after Chuikov's arrival and Rodimtsev's crossing was scale. The siege had stopped being a matter of kilometers and timetables. It had become a daily measurement of timbers and sight lines. Orders named a stairwell or a culvert instead of a district. The river's timetable set the pulse. Night crossings in runs, dawn barrages to close the curtain, long daylight hours held together by close fighting and short messages. The Luftwaffe still flew, but its work was now to attack points rather than a place. The artillery on both banks fired at ranges short enough that staffs wrote corrections in meters, not in thousands. Early October promised more of the same, sharpened. New Soviet divisions would arrive to hold the factory belt. The German corps would refine their assaults to pry open those yards room by room. North of the city, fresh counteroffensives would try again to cut the siege from behind. The men already in place had learned all of this before the next orders arrived. They knew the taste of dust on Mamiev's slopes after a morning barrage, the angle at which a ferry's bow had to meet the bank to keep its propeller free of the shallows, the way a storm group's footfalls sounded when it came down a wooden stair in the dark. The city's name had begun to mean less as a symbol and more as a particular set of problems solved and unsolved, each one waiting at the next doorway. Autumn settled over the ruins in a slow, methodical way. Rain first, turning dust to paste, then a skin of frost that made bricks and twisted rails shine before dawn. In early October, the city's rhythms narrowed to a few unchanging beats. The river's night crossings, the close, short fights at first light, the long day of holding what had been taken in the dark, and the artillery's measured punctuation at dusk. Vasily Chuikov ran the 62nd Army from dugouts cut into the West Bank's clay. Maps were pinned to boards that sweated with condensation, and orders were worded so the men who carried them could remember them after 2 stairwells and a bend. The line in the center stiffened around a handful of posts that quickly became names on every staff officer's tongue, an apartment block at the edge of 9 January Square. A pumping station, the railway station's shattered platforms, and the slopes of Mamayev Kurgan. None of these were fortresses in any formal sense. They were strong because they connected to something else. A trench scraped under a garden wall, a cellar knocked through to its neighbor with a sledge, a communications line strung low and buried in cinders. Storm groups of 6 to 10 men became the defenders' basic tool. A sapper with wire cutters, a pair with submachine guns, a light machine gunner, a grenadier with satchel charges, sometimes a sniper attached if the day's plan promised enough light. Their orders rarely addressed a whole block. More often they named a stairwell and a landing and an exit 2 rooms away. The German corps facing them, LI and XFI. Panzer Corps in the center and north, formations of the 4th Panzer Army pressing from the south, changed their instrument set to match. Assault pioneers led the way with demolition charges and flamethrowers. Field guns were hauled forward to fire point-blank into facades. Machine guns were sighted not for long fields of fire, but to rake a single courtyard from 2 angles. The Luftwaffe flew fewer area raids now and more point strikes. A ferry slipped the moment smoke thinned, a headquarters dugout when an observer caught the flicker of a lamp. Dive bombers still howled over the central districts, but Chuikov's insistence on hugging the Germans, keeping contact so close that bombs and shells risked hitting both sides, took the air arm out of many hours that it could have dominated an open country. The first week of October was a grind of meters. In the central station, companies traded the same platforms 2 and 3 times a day. At Mamayev Kurgan, shells shaved the slope until it lay like a pile of charcoal that slid underfoot. Units held it by moving rather than by sitting. 3 men to a task, 1 watching, 1 running messages along a trench, 1 reloading in the lee of a shattered embankment. Sniper pairs settled into the ruins below the hill and along the riverbank, working fixed lanes where necessity repeated. A pump that still delivered water, a corner where stretcher-bearers always had to slow. Their effect was cumulative and practical. Runners learned which shadows to use and which windows to avoid without needing to be told. Across the water, the Volga flotilla kept its impossible schedules. Barges and shallow draft boats crossed in bursts timed to East Bank artillery programs. Batteries opened to push observers into cover. Boats sprinted to a landing that might change by the hour. A final curtain of shells fell just before dawn to hide the last hulls nosing into the reeds. Pilots who had worked the river for years learned to read not only the set of the current, but the tempo of the raids. When the first fragile ice appeared along the edges late in the month, the flotilla shifted to smaller, lower silhouettes and adjusted loads so no cargo had to be broken down on the west bank under fire. North of the city, beyond the last workers' settlements and the slag heaps of the factory belt, Stavka continued to order blows at Kotluban to pull weight off the urban front. Guards, divisions, and rifle corps went forward over open ground against trench lines the Germans had had time to wire and to range. The attacks bled heavily and fell short, but they fixed reserves. Each time a corps commander inside the city asked for a battalion to pry open a new street, the answer now had to pass through a ledger that also counted what was pinned down 15 kilometers away. The city's northern districts, where the Red October and Barricade plants and the tractor factory formed a broad iron-roofed belt, were next. Factory engineers had spent September walking the yards with rangefinders and chalk. Sight lines marked, gantries braced, basement windows widened to move a gun through, catwalks mapped as routes between workshops. Lathes and cranes still turned, less to produce new equipment than to repair what could be made to fire again. When a barrel came off a bench with a breech that would hold, it might be mounted on a sled and dragged to a doorway that covered a spur of track or a yard filled with cooling slag. The factory whistles were silent, but the buildings began to act like a single machine tied to the defense. On 14th October, the German army tried to settle the matter with a single heavy blow. 14 Panzer Corps led an attack aimed at the factory district, coordinated with pushes in the center and covered by an air effort that made the day feel for a few hours like August again. Assault guns and infantry broke into the Dzerzhinsky tractor plant and fought through workshops with walls of steel and glass now furred with brick dust. In some bays, a handful of newly completed tanks were crewed on the spot and driven straight from the assembly floor to firing positions among stacks of billets, an improvisation as much about morale as about metal, but it bought time. By evening, German units had reached the Volga north of the plant, and the 62nd Army was, for a day, cut into fragments along the water. Chuikov's answer was as blunt as the problem. Ferry everything that could float. Push replacements into the barricade and Red October sectors so the cut could not widen. Use the riverside ravines as covered routes to bring ammunition and water into the thin strips still held along the bank. East Bank artillery adjusted to the short ranges the new line demanded. Observers worked from the far shore with field telephones and prearranged signals because wire inside the city lasted minutes. Through the night, men crossed on planks laid over barge gunnels and ran straight from the landings into workshops where guardsmen and factory militia had already mapped which stair would hold and which wall was weak enough to blow with a single satchel. By the next afternoon, the German wedge at the tractor plant had narrowed from a corridor to a finger and then to a grip on the shoreline that could be fired on from two directions. South of the plant, in and around the barricade and Red October yards, the fight settled into a pattern that would outlast the month. The attacker taking a bay, the defender counter-attacking along a catwalk or through a wall, knocked through by a sledge, both sides marking positions by things that could not be moved. The shop with the overhead crane stuck mid-travel, the yard with the derailed flat car, because street names and numbers had long since ceased to mean anything on the ground. In the center, Rodimtsev's guards still held an island of blocks around 9 January Square. One apartment house there, stone-built with thick walls and good fields of fire, was taken, fortified with machine guns and anti-tank rifles, and tied to the rear by a trench scoured under the street to the next block. The post's garrison rotated in handfuls by night when the river cooperated. Their routine was as precise as any artillery program. Check the telephone line, pre-sight a lane with tracer, lay out grenades and spare drums in a pattern that hands could find without light, wait for the pressure to build, and then spend ammunition in short, clipped bursts. The building's later fame would make it a symbol. In October, it was simply one of many points that turned an advance into a series of isolated fights. South of the Tsaritsa ravine, the 4th Panzer Army pushed again, taking streets that were valuable only because they led to the mouth of the ravine, and then stopped under fire from the far bank and from the east shore. The ravine itself became a logistics artery for the defenders. Men and supplies moved along its shadowed floor. Storm groups slipped up its sides to strike a flank and disappear. German attempts to bridge its mouth under fire faltered, not for lack of equipment, but for lack of a way to suppress every window and yard that could look at the work for more than a few minutes. Logistics set the edges of every plan. For the Germans, railheads still lay far to the west at Morozovskaya and farther, and trucks burned as much fuel as they delivered on the last leg. Ammunition was adequate for daily blows, but not for the kind of continuous 3-day pressure that commanders wanted inside the factories unless other sectors were starved. For the Soviets, the river was both lifeline and hazard. As the month wore on and the first shelves of ice thickened along the banks, pilots had to pick landings by the second. Too early and a boat grounded. Too late and it took the bend broadside. East Bank depots prepared loads sized to hull and crew so that nothing had to be unpacked on the western shore, where an extra minute cost lives. North of the city, the Kotluban attacks resumed briefly in the third week. They did not break through. They did again keep divisions and pioneer battalions out of the factory district for days that mattered. Inside the city, German corps refined their assault sets, parceling out more flamethrowers and demolition charges, registering mortars to arcs that matched a single workshop's dimensions, and rehearsing how to lift fire 50 meters at a time without pausing. Soviet staffs answered with more storm groups and with artillery schedules that built a moving curtain out of short, repeated lifts. The scale had by now become fixed. A day's success was a street. A failure was a stairwell lost and another found by midnight. By late October, the front stabilized into 3 hard knots: the factory belt, the central district around the square and the hill, and the southern bend at the ravine. The 62nd Army's line along the water was thinner than anyone on paper would have permitted in peacetime. Some sectors measured depth by the thickness of a wall. Fresh rifle divisions crossed where the flotilla could force a lane and went straight into the plants. Some would later be remembered by name for the narrow strips they held along the Volga's edge, but in these weeks their units were known mostly by where they fought: the shop with the hammer bays, the rolling mill, the boiler house. The 6th Army, for its part, had taken ground into the heart of the city and up to the river north of the plants, and expected, with reason, that one more concentrated blow with the right tools might finish the job. Weather tipped toward winter. Mornings showed a film of ice on water pooled in shell holes. Breath hung in dugouts long after the lamp was blown out. The Luftwaffe flew on days when the sky opened and stood down when fog lay on the river until noon. East Bank batteries, better supplied now than in September, pushed shells across in tighter schedules and learned to fire at angles that dropped rounds just beyond a wall without lifting fragments back onto their own posts. The men inside the city, on both sides, began to move as if the spaces they fought over were indoors now, the air cold enough that the sound of a bolt drawn back could be picked out at 10 paces. In headquarters, dugouts to the west and in rooms many kilometers away to the north, staffs drew up the next set of plans. German commanders requested more assault pioneers and explosives for a concentrated attack aimed at clearing the factories once and for all. Soviet commanders asked for more boats and more ammunition to keep the slivers along the river alive and connected. Beyond the map's edges, other hands were working on a larger design that lay outside the city entirely, its lines traced on step and river bend rather than on stairwells. Inside Stalingrad, the fight that October had reduced to its smallest units, rooms, landings, doorways, was about to be asked to withstand another attempt to tear the factory belt loose in a single specialized surge. The month ended with the same measured sounds it had begun with. Boots on cinders before dawn, a barge's plank scraping stone in the dark, and the short, flat thunder of artillery somewhere across the water counting off another schedule. Cold settled into the ruins by degrees. Early frost rimed the shards of brick. Puddles in shell holes filmed over before dawn. Breath hung in the stairwells where men waited for the first burst of fire each morning. The routine hardened. The Volga's nocturnal shuttles, the short, violent pushes at first light, the long, edged hours of holding doorways and culverts, the dusk barrages that masked reliefs and brought small knots of replacements across the water. Orders were written to be remembered after 2 corners and a flight of steps. In the 62nd Army's dugouts cut into the West Bank, Vasily Chuikov and his staff lived by a map reduced to rooms and landings. The city's center stabilized around a handful of points that connected everything else: The broken platforms of the main station, the slopes of Mamayev-Kurgan shaved to powder by shell fire, a pumping station and a brace of stone apartment blocks on the approaches to 9th January Square. These were not fortresses because of concrete alone. They were strong because they were tied. By crawl trenches under garden walls, by doorways knocked through with sledges, by telephone lines buried shallow in cinders to the next room and the next courtyard. Storm groups became the grammar of defense. 6 or 8 men with submachine guns, a sapper with cutters and a satchel charge, a light machine gun, a pair of grenadiers who knew every bend in the trench behind them. They were sent to sever a blow from its support, not to meet it head-on. If they took a landing, they left the stairs mined. If they crossed a street, it was by a hole in a wall rather than a doorway. German Corps adapted the same scale from the other side. Assault pioneers led with explosives and flamethrowers. Field guns were muscled up to cellar doors to fire point-blank into a facade. Heavy machine guns were posted to rake a single courtyard, not a boulevard. The Luftwaffe shifted from city block raids to point strikes, ferry slips in the minute when smoke drifted thin, a headquarters dugout when an observer caught the flicker of a lamp. Chuikov's insistence on hugging the front, keeping contact so close that shells thrown from above risked hitting both sides, robbed aircraft and artillery of many hours they would have dominated in open ground. In the first days of October, the long-expected pivot to the factories came. North of the center, the Dzerzhinsky tractor plant, the Red October steelworks, and the Barricadi ordnance plant lay in a belt of iron-roofed sheds, rail spurs, pits, and cranes. Factory engineers had walked those yards in September with rangefinders and chalk, sight lines marked on columns, basements punched through into one another, catwalks mapped as routes between workshops. Lathes and cranes still turned in places, less to produce new gear than to repair what could be made to fire again. A barrel finished on a bench might be fastened to a sled and dragged to a doorway that covered a spur of track. The whistle was silent. The buildings functioned as a single machine designed for defense. On 14th October, the German army tried to finish the northern sector with weight. 14 Panzer Corps led the assault with infantry and assault guns. Air support made the day, for a few hours, look like August again. They broke into the tractor plant and fought through bays with roofs of steel and glass now furred with brick dust. In one, tanks completed on the floor were crewed on the spot and driven to firing positions among billet stacks, an improvisation that counted more for the time it bought than for metal. By evening, German units reached the Volga north of the plant. For a day, the 62nd Army was cut into strips along the water. Chuikov's answer matched the emergency. Everything that could float crossed. Replacements went straight from the river into the Barricadi and Red October yards. East bank guns threw down a moving curtain, short lifts at fixed intervals, adjusted by flares and prearranged corrections. The riverside ravines became supply lines. Ammunition and water moved forward under their shadow. Through the night, men disembarked by plank into reeds and ran, still wet, into workshops where guardsmen and factory militia had already chalked which stair would hold and which wall could be blown with a single charge. By the next afternoon, the German wedge at the tractor plant had thinned from corridor to finger. Farther south, in the Barricadi and Red October grounds, the fight settled into a pattern that would last through the month. Rooms and bays captured, lost and retaken along routes that factory foremen had once used to move cranes. In the center, the same economy held. Rodimtsev's guards kept a cluster of blocks around 9 January Square. One stone building there, thick-walled with views down 3 streets, was taken, wired, and tied to the rear by a trench scored under the road on to the next block. Machine guns covered the alleys. Anti-tank rifles waited at windows angled to shoot at axles. Grenades and spare drums were laid out by touch. The post later acquired a name that traveled. At the time, it was one node among many that turned an advance into discrete fights measured in the time it took to reload. Across the river, the flotilla adjusted to the season's edge. East Bank artillery opened in the last light to push enemy observers into cover. Boats sprinted to landings that changed by the hour. A final pattern of shells hid the last hulls nosing into reeds before dawn. Pilots who had worked the Volga for years learned to read not only the wind and the set of the current, but the regularity of raids and the gaps in them. When the first shelves of ice formed along the banks late in the month, loads were cut to match lower silhouettes. Nothing that crossed would require breaking down on the west bank under fire. North of the city, far out on the steppe. Beyond slag heaps and workers' settlements, the offensives at Kotluban were renewed to fix German reserves. Guards Corps and rifle divisions went forward over open ground against trenches wired and ranged for weeks. They bled and fell short again. Their effect was indirect but steady. Each blow held back exactly the battalions and pioneer companies the 6th Army wanted to commit in the factories, and tables drawn in Corps headquarters had to be erased and redrawn according to what arrived, not what was intended. Amid this, the defense acquired a personal edge that historians later traced to a few names because the pattern they set was copied across the line. A small group of riflemen under Sergeant Yakov Pavlov took a 4-story building east of 9 January Square in late September, wired it, and held it through October and into November, its cellars stuffed with supplies, its walls looped by telephone line to positions that could call for exact bursts of fire. Reliefs crossed at night. The garrison counted days by the rattle of carts bringing water and by the regularity of the mortars they could provoke in answer. The house was one among many that became fixed points in accounts because they demonstrated a method. A post as a knot in a net, not a stand-alone redoubt. Another method matured at the same time. Sniper pairs settled into the ruins below Mamayev Kurgan, along the embankments and in the workshops. Their work was practical and cumulative. Lanes where movement repeated by necessity were watched, a pump that still gave water, a corner where stretcher-bearers always had to slow, a breach in a wall that all runners used. One man fired, the other observed and taught. A skilled hunter from the Urals, Vasily Zaitsev, became the best known of these teachers, organizing a small school inside the 62nd Army so that habits spread faster than any single rifle could fire. It did not win ground. It kept the ground's edges sharper and made every routine slower for the opponent. The factory belt hardened into 3 names that filled daily reports. Dzerzhinsky at the north, Barricadi in the middle, Red October to the south. German assaults took shop floors and moved between bays. Soviet storm groups counterattacked along catwalks and through holes knocked in internal walls. Each side described positions by features that could not be destroyed. The bay with the overhead crane frozen in mid-travel, the yard with the derailed flat car, the furnace mouth with the brickwork collapsed. In mid-October, the 138th Rifle Division crossed into the Barricadi sector and held a strip along the river that would be remembered later as Lyudnikov's Island, an isolated wedge under fire from 3 sides and supplied at night by boats working the eddies. Field telephones laid across the river bottom were cut and relayed. Messages ran by runner and by light as often as by wire. South of the Tsaritsa ravine, the 4th Panzer Army pressed again, counting streets by their relation to the ravine's mouth. Bridging attempts failed under fire from windows and from the east bank. The ravine itself served the defenders as a covered route. Ammunition moved along its floor. Small groups climbed its sides, struck a flank, and slid back into shadow. Farther out in the open beyond the suburbs, field kitchens and aid posts worked under canvas. News from the center reached them in the number of stretchers carried in each hour. Logistics wrote the borders of every plan. German railheads still lay far to the west. Trucks burned as much fuel as they carried on the last leg. Winter clothing and anti-tank ammunition to be sent to Allied formations on the flanks competed with the Sixth Army's daily needs. The Luftwaffe flew when weather allowed and landed on fields where frost and mud alternated. Serviceability fell as engines ate dust and cold stole the pressure from hydraulic lines. Soviet supply moved by river and, to the north of the city, by rails and roads that stepped around interdicted junctions. East Bank depots packed loads to match hulls rather than regulations. Nothing crossed that would need unpacking on the west shore. Beyond the city's edge, staffs drew a different map. In September, the fronts around Stalingrad had been reorganized. A Don front stood to the northwest. A Stalingrad front held the city and the approaches to the south. Through October, senior commanders, Georgy Zhukov and Alexander Vasilevsky, coordinating between Moscow and the front, worked on a plan that ran wider than any street fight. Reconnaissance reported what the eye could see and the countryside could confirm. North and south of the city, long runs of trench were held not by the Sixth Army's infantry, but by Allied formations, Romanian armies on the Don's Great Bend and across the steppe beyond the lower Volga. Their lines were long, their anti-tank guns fewer and lighter, their supply thinner. The Soviet plan drew two arcs, one northwest of the city across the Don, another south of it across open steppe. That would meet behind the Sixth Army if launched with weight and secrecy. Preparations hid in plain sight. Pontoon parks gathered in ravines. Roads were marked and rolled by night. New units detrained far from obvious points and marched by dark to assembly areas where camouflage nets and discipline replaced walls. Inside the city, October thinned into November. The Volga's surface shifted from black to a dull pewter sheen. Ice floes like millstones bumped the hulls of the smallest craft. Crossings continued on the same rhythm, curtains of fire opening lanes, landings measured in minutes. East Bank batteries, now better supplied, fired at angles that dropped shells just beyond walls without lifting fragments back on their own posts. The Luftwaffe's hours narrowed. Fog lay late on the river and lifted only when the sun climbed and found its reflection on ice. In the second week of November, the Sixth Army tried once more to break the factory belt, a concentrated effort that took more of Red October's southern shops and pressed deep into Barricades' sheds. The method was refined. More assault pioneers, more charges, mortars registered to arcs that matched the dimensions of a single bay. The result was the same scale of gain and loss. A line of shop floors taken, a counterattack along an interior route, the standoff returning to a shape that had already cost weeks. The 62nd Army's line along the water, never wide, narrowed again to slivers in places. The boiler house, the power station, the rolling stand. These were now addresses for a front measured by interior walls. By mid-month, the city was as close to a decision as it ever would be from within. The center held in islands. The factories still had Soviet troops on their eastern edges. The northwest beyond the city was a plain of trenches, barbed wire, and staging areas where both sides watched the other with the same fixed attention. The Sixth Army believed that one more blow, correctly assembled, could lever the last defenders off the river. Chuikov believed that another night of crossings and a day of holding stairwells would keep the fragments connected. Both were right at their scale. The larger map, drawn in rooms many kilometers from the nearest ruined wall, showed something neither set of trench maps hinted at directly. To the northwest, Across the Don at bridgeheads built up deliberately through October, Soviet armies were in place to strike south and east. To the south of the city, across the steppe where frost made new roads and marsh froze, other armies stood ready to strike north. The points chosen were not the places where the 62nd Army and the 6th Army met face to face. They were the long flanks held by Allies whose lines had been stretched to free German divisions for the city. The weather that made a grenade heavier in a mittened hand and kept smoke low in a workshop also stiffened the ground where tanks would have to roll. Inside Stalingrad, the night shift continued. Boots on cinders, a plank scraping stone at the water's edge, the flat crack of a flare pistol at a prearranged hour. Outside it, trains and columns moved by dark. Bridges were laid in quiet, and orders were read to staffs that had marched for this for weeks. The city had absorbed everything thrown at it for 2 months. The next chapter of the battle would be written not in stairwells, but on the step arcs that curved toward each other behind the men fighting for a doorway. Dawn on 19th of November 1942 came as a muffled sound rather than a sight. Northwest of Stalingrad, low cloud and wind-blown snow lay against the Don's bluffs. At Serafimovich and Kletskaya, bridgeheads the Red Army had nursed for weeks. Guns lifted tarpaulins, stiff with frost, and crews brought fuses to warmth under coats. At a signal set on clocks the evening before, an artillery preparation opened in a dense, short burst that walked across Romanian trenches and battery positions. The ground shuddered in strips. Telephone lines went dead in minutes. Forward outposts, already thin, sent their last messages and were swallowed by the barrage's drift. When it lifted, tanks and infantry went forward together, wedges of T-34s and lighter machines stepping through gaps sown with smoke, rifle divisions close behind to clear and hold. The first hours fixed the larger shape. The Romanian Third Army's positions, long in ground and short in heavy anti-tank guns, absorbed the shock unevenly. Some strong points fought hard and were bypassed. Others buckled at once and opened lanes that exploitation units widened with speed. German reserves near the crossings tried to stem the flow. Detachments of the 48th Panzer Corps counterattacked along the Chir River's approaches, but roads broke down under churned snow and traffic. Fuel had to come up the same ways the tanks wanted to go down. By noon, Soviet formations were ranging across the steppe between the Don and the city's northwestern approaches, striking for road nodes whose names would soon appear in every headquarters diary between the Volga and Rostov. South of the city, the second hammer fell a day later. On the 20th of November, across the bare, freezing steppe between the Volga's low lakes and the Kalmyk sands, the Stalingrad front sent the 51st and 57th Armies forward against Romanian 4th Army. The weather helped the attack twice. The ground bore vehicles, and the same hard wind that scour faces laid low the smoke and dust that would have marked routes to artillery observers. Here, too, the balance of weapons decided the first result. Against rifle tank teams moving under a close, rehearsed barrage, trenches thin in anti-tank guns and short of ammunition gave way quickly. By evening, 2 Soviet thrusts, one from the northwest, one from the south, were already drawing lines on the map that angled toward one another west of Stalingrad. Mobile groups turned those angles into a geometry. Tank and mechanized corps, held back through the summer's attrition and rebuilt in the autumn, were pushed through the infantry's successes. They moved by village and ridge rather than by road when it saved time, squadrons of engineers close behind to throw corduroy over ditches or lay a trestle where a culvert had been blown. On the Don itself, reconnaissance parties found a bridge left standing in the confusion. Elsewhere, combat engineers dropped pontoons into black water and worked by the pitch of oars, not by light, to keep their profiles low against a horizon where a single flare would have meant a burst of fire. By the 21st, the breach north was beyond local repair. German attempts to form a continuous screen along the Cheer were made with what was at hand: march battalions, school companies, tanks committed piecemeal to buy hours on a road, then committed again the next day, 10 kilometers deeper into the open. South of the city, Soviet spearheads cut the rail line from Kotelnikovo and pushed for the crossing at Kalach, where the Don's Bend, a bridge, and a set of roads met like spokes. The fight for the bridge became its own small story. A Soviet detachment reached it by surprise in the dark, bluffed its way past a picket, and held the near end until tanks from one direction and then the other made the argument moot. The broader fact followed on the 23rd of November, when advanced elements from the two thrusts met west of the city. The ring had closed around the 6th Army and parts of the 4th Panzer Army. Villages that had been waypoints, Gumrak, Pitomnik, Basargino, became names on an inventory of airfields, depots, and crossroads now inside a circle. Inside that circle, headquarters lights burned later than they had during any city fight. General Friedrich Paulus reported the situation to Army Group headquarters and asked for freedom to break out toward the southwest before the ring hardened. The answer from higher command narrowed options rather than widened them. A new army group, Don, was created under Erich von Manstein to organize relief from the west and south. The army in the pocket was ordered to stand fast, to be supplied by air, and to hold the ground it occupied until the relief arrived. The decision sent staff officers to airfields and to radio rooms as quickly as it sent divisions to assembly areas. The air plan grew in a column of figures. Army calculations for the pocket's daily needs ran into the hundreds of tons: ammunition, fuel for any breakout that might later be authorized, rations, medical supplies, and, if capacity could be found, removal of the wounded whose care would otherwise consume space and resources the formation could not spare. Goering promised that the air fleets could carry enough. Staff officers assigned aircraft and crew hours accordingly. Forward fields were designated for the lift: Pitomnik first, then Gumrak, with smaller strips to be used as weather and damage allowed. The reality announced itself in the first week: short winter days, fog that kept fields closed until noon and returned before dusk, fighters that had to escort transports because Soviet aircraft now ranged from bases north and south of the city, and losses from flak, weather, and error that crews absorbed and recorded without rhetoric. The most that could be flown in on a good day amounted to a fraction of what a pocket that size consumed by the clock. Within Stalingrad's ruins, the tempo changed, but not the work. German assaults in the factory district slackened as artillery and reserves were pulled to face the outer ring. The 62nd Army held along the river in slivers: the island at the barricades' edge, the powerhouse, the boiler house, and used any lift the Volga could give to replace losses. With ice building along the banks, East Bank artillery now fired in fixed programs to cover crossings that had to thread past flows. Messages went by wire laid across the river bottom when possible, and by runner when the wire was cut. The names that had settled into daily reports in October: Mamayev Kurgan, 9, January Square. The pumping station stayed, but the center of gravity had shifted outward onto the steppe. There the Red Army organized its success into two rings. The inner ring, the blocking line, belonged to the Don Front, reorganized under Konstantin Rokossovsky. Its job was to contain the pocket, to register every road and field between the Don and the Volga for artillery, to prevent sorties that could straighten a salient into a runway, and to chip away where the line of least resistance offered ground at tolerable cost. The outer ring, drawn by the Southwestern Front under Nikolai Vatutin and the Stalingrad Front under Andrei Yeremenko, faced outward. Along the Chir and Mishkova rivers, defensive lines were thrown up against a relief that German staff work would mount as soon as formations could be concentrated and rail lines cleared. For the German command, the days after the encirclement were a ledger of arrivals and distances. Manstein gathered a relief force around Kotelnikovo and along the lower Don. Units pulled from France, from quiet sectors, from training grounds, built around an armored core that would be asked to drive the long way through an enemy that had more men on the map than any Western staff had seen on that ground since the war began. Inside the pocket, Paulus shortened salients and manned a perimeter that had to serve both as fortification and as the start line for any breakout that might eventually be authorized. Orders to husband fuel and ammunition read like notices from a peacetime economy. This many liters for reconnaissance, this many rounds per gun per day, this much allowance for vehicles to move wounded to the airfields when the weather opened. The airfields became the pocket's pulse. Pitomnik, broad with hard ground and workshops, handled the bulk of landings at first. Ju-52 transports and He-111 bombers flying as makeshift freighters arrived in 2s and 4s when the weather allowed. Their cargoes broken down on the runway's edge and carried to trucks that had already been allotted their fuel for the day. When space and time permitted, wounded were loaded for the return trip. When neither did, crews made notes in logs that contained as much weather as war. Gumrak took the overflow, and then, as fire increased and damage accumulated at Pitomnik, the central share. Every day that flying was possible was a day the arithmetic improved. Every day of fog or wind laid open the margins again. On the inner ring, Rokossovsky's staff sought ways to squeeze rather than to spend. Artillery, field guns, howitzers, and, in growing numbers, Guards mortar regiments, was grouped to interdict the pocket's roads. Batteries shifted positions by night on the frozen steppe. Forward observers learned the exact distances to the nearest huts and copses by daylight and then worked in numbers after dark. Raids were sent in to take a farmstead or a woodlot that sat too neatly across a road. The road then fell under fire. No attempt was made to take the city from Chuikov's side while the factories still held. The army in the ruins would be pinned. The army on the steppe would be reduced. The scale of fighting inside Stalingrad, however, remained stubbornly small and precise. In the barricades sheds, bays changed hands by noon and again at dusk. A single apartment block east of the central square, held by guardsmen, remained wired to the rest of the line by a trench cut under a road. Reliefs crossed when the river allowed. The routine inside, telephone checks, pre-sighted lanes, grenades laid out by touch, ran even when the noise outside shifted to the steppe. Sniper pairs kept to their lanes below Mamayev. Pumps that still gave water were watched by both sides for movement that repeated by necessity. What the men inside the city knew of the ring closing around their opponents reached them in rumors and then in the pattern of the artillery that now fell from the west as often as from the east. By early December, the first passages of this new phase were plain. The pocket held. Its perimeter was fixed by the number of guns that could be manned and supplied and by how far fuel and rations could be moved in winter light. The airlift continued under strain, some days good, most days not enough, and airfields now bore scars mapped by both sides. Outside, on the Mishkova and Chir lines, the relief gathered, new tanks arriving off trains, crews shaking out on frozen fields, advance guards pushing toward river crossings where Soviet posts watched without revealing positions until a bridgehead would hurt them more than it would help the attacker. Inside his dugout above the Volga, Chukov read reports that balanced two worlds. A stairwell fought over 3 times in a day. and the quiet news that the ring had been closed. Across a broader front, Rokossovsky registered another gun line and shifted another regiment by night into a fold in the ground. On maps in Rostov and farther west, Manstein traced lines that angled toward the Mishkova River and calculated how many days of open weather and intact bridges a long relief would require. The city that had absorbed blows for 2 months still held the strip along the water. The army that had fought its way to that water now lived by air and arithmetic. Winter had settled over the steppe. The next movement would come from outside the ruins, along a river whose name had not yet entered the story, on a road where the cold made new bridges by the week and broke old plans by the day. Snow made everything slower and clearer at once. By the first week of December, the ring around Stalingrad had set like a band of iron in frost. Inside, the 6th Army shortened corners and counted fuel by the drum. Outside, the Don front arranged batteries across the steppe so that every road into or out of the pocket had a number and a schedule. The city itself continued on its narrow rhythm, night ferries under artillery curtains, storm groups holding rooms and stairwells, while the battle's center of gravity moved outward onto frozen rivers whose names mattered only to staff maps until tanks reached them. Relief had gathered where the rails ended in the south. From Kotelnikovo, a junction on open ground, formations assembled under Hoth for a thrust toward the Volga, an operation planned under Manstein's new army group Don, and meant to break the encirclement from without. The spearhead was strong by winter standards. The 6th Panzer Division, fresh from refit in the west. Other panzer divisions with crews drilled hard in a short span. Engineers practiced at throwing trestles and clearing culverts. On the 12th of December they moved north and east across the Aksai, aiming for the Mishkova River, the last cold line of water between the relief and the pocket. The ground governed the tempo. Villages strung along low ridges, state farms with numbers, windbreaks of poplar, fixed the rhythm of advance. The first fights were quick and hammering, armored wedges through thin screens, infantry close behind to clear and hold. At Verkner, Kumsky, and the state farms nearby, the push became a tangle of short, violent actions, crests taken and lost across a day, guns hauled by hand to fire over open sights. Engineers trying to bridge in crosswinds that lifted snow into the faces of working parties and flattened smoke onto the ice. By the evening of the 13th, the leading units looked across the Mishkova in places and measured the distance to Stalingrad in hours rather than days. Close enough for radios to carry messages between staffs that had not spoken in weeks without an airman in the middle. Inside the pocket, Paulus read those distances on maps in rooms that had gone past cold to a uniform temperature that made paper feel as brittle as sheet ice. He asked to move on his own, to break out toward the Mishkova, while relief pressed north, arguing the logic of converging movement and the limits of an airlift that could not keep pace with the ration tables. Orders from higher command held him to the ground. Stand fast carried with it the promise that Manstein would open the way. It also assumed that aircraft could deliver enough to keep a field army alive while it waited. Staff officers inside the pocket inventoried everything. How many vehicles could move more than a few kilometers on the fuel left? How many shells per gun per day? How many wounded could be carried to the airfields if the weather opened for an afternoon? The air told its own story in numbers and in sound. On a clear morning, Pitomnik's runway filled with the thrum of transports sliding in pairs onto hard ground. Heinkel bombers flying as freighters when not assigned to other work. Ju-52s in files that flickered against low sun. Loads went one way, ammunition, fuel in cans, medical supplies in crates tied with wire. Stretcher cases came back when time and weather allowed. Gumrak, smaller and nearer the city, took overflow and then more, its perimeters edged by artillery that now had targets in both directions. Most days were not clear. Fog lay until noon. Wind turned to ground ice in minutes. Flak bracketed approach paths that had to be flown again because there was no second way in thin light. Even on good days, what landed at Pitamnik and Gumrak amounted to a fraction of what the columns inside needed if they were to hold and also be ready to move when a break was finally ordered. The defenders on the outer ring made the relief pay for every kilometer. Along the Mishkova, rifle divisions stiffened by tanks met Hoth's spearheads on ground chosen for hard frost and short fields of fire. The first shock forced crossings in places and opened shoulders that looked like the start of a corridor on the map. In the same hours northwest of Stalingrad, another operation began that changed the ledger entirely. On the 16th of December, farther up the Don, Soviet armies struck in what the staff called a small Saturn against the Italian 8th Army, whose long front and thin anti-tank screens had been marked for a month on situation maps. The line buckled wide. German reserves that Manstein had counted on to widen the Mishkova breach, divisions in transit, a panzer division not yet committed, scratch formations holding the Cheer, were diverted at once to stop a failure that might otherwise run to Rostov and unhinge everything south of the Don. The relief thus became a race judged by more than distance. On the Mishkova, the 6th Panzer Division forced and held bridgeheads under weather that turned rime into armor and wind into an ally. Then the 2nd Guards Army, brought by rail from the reserve with a speed that was itself a decision, took the line opposite them. Its arrival changed the weight on the scale at once. Fresh rifle formations, tanks allocated with priority, artillery registered to the length of the river's bends. From 19th to 23rd December, the fighting on those banks ran through the same handful of villages with the logic of ice and fire. Each German attempt to widen a gateway met by a counterstroke that peeled it back to the water's edge. Each Soviet advance checked and returned to its start line when guns could mass and the frost held. In the end, the distance from the pocket remained a measure of cold air rather than of road. Manstein judged the situation as an equation he could not balance. With the Don front under new pressure from the northwest, and the Mishkova clogged with wrecks and dead ground, he ordered the relief to halt and then to withdraw to save its core. Kotelnikovo, the staging hinge, lost its function. The Soviet advance took it at month's end. The attempt had reached to within tens of kilometers of the pocket. It did not touch it. Radios inside Stalingrad carried the news in formal language and then in silence. There would be no meeting in the snow, not now and not along this river. Within the city, the change registered as a thinning of blows. German assaults in the factories slackened as guns and men were pulled into the relief fight, and then into the defense against the widening outer offensive. The 62nd Army still held by the river in strips, islands that wore the names of a division commander or a workshop, and the same work continued. A flare at a fixed minute to shift east bank fire, a plank scraping stone at a landing hidden by reeds and ice, a runner ducking through holes knocked in casual walls by charges placed with a carpenter's eye. Sniper pairs watched the lanes that necessity repeated. Storm groups traced routes along catwalks, through basements, up broken stairs. The factories remained in parts. The essential part was the narrow frontage along the water that let men and ammunition cross in the dark. In the pocket, winter narrowed every choice. Horses that had pulled guns in summer became rations. Bread allotments shrank to the weight a quartermaster could divide into equal piles by eye. Work details shuffled on roads that were sheet glass by morning and rutted by noon. Battalion names that had once filled tidy lines on a staff table reduced to Kampfgruppen, tied to a crossroads or a ridge line. Guns were resighted to positions that could cover more than one lane because ammunition could not always be hauled where it needed to be. The airfields, more than any single trench, kept life stitched together. Pitomnik became a ward as much as a runway. Rows of wounded waiting for weather that would not open, medical staff working in coats under lamps. Gumrak took over more of the share as shells found the larger field too often to risk without fighter cover. The Luftwaffe could not always give. When fog stayed and wind cut the approaches, the sound that marked a day became the thud of a crate pushed from a low-flying aircraft to fall where drift and error might send it. Sometimes to a unit that needed it, sometimes into the outer positions of the men besieging the city. Outside the ring, the Soviet fronts adjusted their geometry to the new fact that the relief had stalled. Along the Cheer, mobile German counterstrokes checked the first wave of the small Saturn advance. Farther south, the Second Guards Army pressed the Mishkova crossings back toward their start lines and then beyond. Once Kotelnikovo lay under threat, the line bent again. The outward-facing arc that had been drawn with the idea of meeting and defeating a major relief now swung forward in places to exploit where the ground gave. But the inner ring kept its discipline. No rush to take the city from Chuikov's line while the factories still worked as keys. No blows wasted where ice and brick could do the same work as a battalion if given a day. The turning of the year passed almost without notice in the ruins. Small ceremonies were held in places where a candle could be watched for longer than a minute. Flyers drifted on the wind from both sides. A handful of letters dropped by air or carried by wounded made their way into huts and dugouts and were read aloud to men who could not imagine their author's rooms. The Volga froze in skins and then in thicker plates. Pilots timed landings and departures to the way ice drift moved below them as much as to the arcs of flak. On mornings when the fog lifted early, East Bank guns worked in longer programs that shifted by fixed meters across streets the staffs knew by memory now, rather than by any name still painted on a wall. Plans for the next act took shape in rooms warmed by stoves fed with scrap. At Don Front headquarters, Rokossovsky assembled the pieces for a deliberate reduction of the pocket once the outer situation allowed. Fresh rifle armies rotated forward, artillery grouped in belts with ammunition laid up by wagon column and by sled. Guards' mortar regiments registered every rise as far as the horizon. The method would be formal and old in its outline, concentric pressure, salients shaved and straightened, a last reserve set to enter on the day a line gave way. But it would be executed with a precision learned in 2 months of counting meters rather than kilometers. By late December, the battle had settled into 2 clear truths. The relief had come, nearly touched the pocket, and gone back. The ring held. Inside the city, the defenders still stood along the water in slivers. Inside the steppe, the besieged army lived by air and arithmetic. Winter pressed hard enough that the sound of a bolt being drawn could be heard across a room, hard enough that a crate breaking in snow could be picked out at 100 paces. The next movement would not be a rush along a river with a new name. It would be the slow, crushing work of a siege tightened by schedule, field by field and street by street, while the airfields inside the pocket became, one after another, only places on a map where aircraft had once landed. January came on hard and white. The ring around Stalingrad held firm in the frost, and the battle's scale, which had swung out to the rivers and state farms, began to flow inward again, first across the snowbound steppe, and then, inevitably, back toward the city whose ruins had set the grammar of the fight. The relief from Kotelnikovo had reached to the Mishkova and then been called back under the pressure of wider defeats along the Don. Army Group A in the Caucasus bent northward, roads choked with columns moving toward Rostov before winter could turn withdrawal into abandonment. In the pocket, the 6th Army counted warmth by the hour and fuel by the liter. Outside it, the Don front turned maps into schedules. Life inside the Kessel resolved into a ledger. Rations shrank, horses that had pulled guns in summer became transport no longer, and then food. Bread was cut and weighed by eye in rooms so cold that breath smoked in lamplight. Divisions that had been neat tables of regiments on a staff officer's page were now knots of companies named for whichever colonel or major could still answer a telephone. Guns were resighted to cover more than one lane because ammunition could not be pushed everywhere it needed to go. The airfields, first Pitomnik, then Gomrak, became both hospital and hinge. On days when the weather opened, transport slid in with ammunition and medical chests and took off with stretcher cases if there was time to load them. On days when fog lay until noon and returned by mid-afternoon, the sound of a crate pushed from a low-flying aircraft and thudding into snow at random was the only proof the airlift continued. The Soviets shifted from encirclement to reduction with the same deliberation they had used to close the ring. Through late December and the turn of the year, Rokossovsky reorganized his Don front for a formal siege. Fresh rifle armies rotated forward. Guards' mortar regiments were grouped where their arcs could rake roads and villages. Field artillery was massed by the hundred, so that, when ordered, barrage lines could move at a fixed pace across a frontage measured in tens of kilometers. The inner ring, the blocking line, was tightened and straightened. Salients that cost men to hold were shaved away at night. The outer ring flexed to meet and then exploit the failure of the relief, pressing the Chir and Mishkova positions where cold made new bridges and wind flattened smoke. In the city proper, the 62nd Army settled into winter with the same narrow routine that had kept it alive since September. Storm groups held rooms and stairwells along the river's edge. Snipers watched lanes that necessity repeated. The Volga flotilla timed crossings to artillery curtains and to the drift of ice that would lift a hull just enough to scrape a landing. Guns on the east bank fired by schedule and by habit. Fixed programs to open a lane at dusk, short lifts before dawn to hide the last craft nosing into reeds. The factories, Barakadi, Red October, the tractor plant, was still a patchwork of possession, shop floors and yards taken and retaken, but the essential strip along the water remained in Soviet hands, and that narrowness allowed the whole defense to breathe. With the relief halted and reserves reallocated, Stavka set the date. At mid-morning on the 10th of January, 1943, the Don Front opened Operation Ring with an artillery preparation that was less a drum roll than a moving wall. Thousands of guns, field pieces, howitzers, heavy mortars, and the now familiar Guards' rocket batteries worked in echelons. Barrage lines crept forward by fixed distances. Concentrations fell on crossroads, farmsteads, and village edges that had been registered down to the meter by observers who had studied the horizon for weeks. The bombardment cut the pocket's telephone net, pounded battery positions, and drove men into dugouts they would not leave except to fight close. When the guns shortened, rifle divisions moved, tanks were husbanded to break points rather than to run out on their own. The first aim was the pocket's western and southwestern shoulder, where roads from the Mishkova and Kotelnikovo met and where air-delivered supplies, when they arrived, were most easily distributed inward. Villages that had been names in radio traffic, Marinovka, Rossoshka, and the numbered state farms, became objectives and then places to pass through. German battalion groups fought hard at corners and turns, using the same close methods that had been learned in the city. Mined stairwells, Cellars knocked through, machine guns angled across yards, transposed onto snowbound farmsteads and sunken roads. The logic of attrition held. Each position that could be bypassed was masked and left for the second wave. Each that could not be bypassed was pried open by short, violent assaults that ended in a drift of bodies and a silence broken only by the next barrage line moving across a field. For the airlift, the week after Ring opened was decisive. Pitomnik, the best of the pocket's fields, took more and more of the weight because the next tier of strips had been shelled into cratered slots of ground that risked aircraft and cargo both. Transports flew when weather and escort allowed, landing in pairs, unloading at the edge of the runway so that trucks, rationed to a handful of liters, could carry ammunition to batteries that had already spent their day's allowance. Wounded were brought in on sleds, on doors used as stretchers, in the beds of trucks run until they stopped and abandoned when they did. The Luftwaffe's logs recorded the arithmetic without adornment. This many sorties, this many tons, this many aircraft lost or damaged, this many evacuated. On the 16th of January, after days of fire that raked its approaches and men on the ground who could no longer keep a perimeter intact, Pitomnik fell. The cough and grind of engines lifting wounded into the cold stopped. Supply was reduced to drops and to whatever could be risked at smaller strips. Gumrak, closer to the city and under fire from more directions, took the share for as long as it could. Aircraft came in lower and left heavier in hope rather than in plan. Each safe landing produced a ripple of effort. Crates hauled by hand, fuel cans rolled because trucks were out of measure for their own cargo, wounded assigned to flights by a triage that had hardened into arithmetic. The last clearings of weather added a few days to the inevitable. Then the last strip became a target too often to use. When Gumrak fell in the third week of January, the airlift ceased to be a bridge and became only a thread. Supplies fell by parachute where wind and drift would take them, sometimes to the units that needed them, sometimes to Soviet positions, where they were counted, redistributed, and used. Inside the city, the pressure increased again, this time not as an isolated struggle for a workshop or a hill, but as part of the deliberate reduction of the whole pocket. The 62nd Army, reinforced along the water night after night, began to push outward from the strip it had held for months. Mamayev Kurgan's slopes, shaved to granular earth by months of shelling, were climbed and held by day and reinforced by night until they were tied by trench to posts that had been islands in October. Around 9 January Square, guardsmen who had kept a cluster of stone buildings wired and connected for weeks pushed their line by a building and then two. The addresses in reports shifted from the pumping station to the pumping station and the corner house beyond. Outside the ruins, on the snowfields, the ring tightened by schedule. Rokossovsky's armies worked in wedges, cutting off and then compressing groups that tried to fall back toward Stalingrad's center. Farms that had been waypoints became boundary stones for corps. And armies. The artillery map, so careful, so dense, became a set of instructions for when to lift fire and when to lay it back down. Counterattacks were launched from within the pocket, brave and sharp, but each one traded men and fuel for a few hours and a short bend in a line that would be straightened by nightfall. A handful of German reserve tanks still moved where there was fuel and space. Their crews knew by the first hour of fighting that the problem was not a single breach, but a system that would not let them choose where to be strong. The effect of the airfield's loss rippled instantly through every routine. Wounded who would have been flown out remained. Medical stores dwindled from shortage to absence. Field hospitals became crowded rooms where the decision was no longer who can be moved first, but who can be moved at all. Bread ratios shrank again. Meat became a memory in places, and a thin stew elsewhere. Frostbite and sickness climbed into reports that had once been only about ammunition and distance. Headquarters relocated, out of farmhouses shelled to ruin, and into bunkers in the city's center, partly to keep communications closer to the divisions still holding street corners, and partly because there were fewer places in the open where a message could be written, read, and carried without the act being seen and answered by fire. The fighting in the factory belt, which had seemed to settle into an exhausted tie in December, flickered to life under the logic of the reduction. Soviet infantry pushed shop to shop under cover of short, dense barrages. German companies, now thinned to dozens rather than hundreds, laid mines at stairheads, fought with the precision that experience brings, and fell back when pressure and ammunition both ran out. The names that had filled reports in October, Barricade, Red October, the Powerhouse, the Boiler House, remained, but the distances between them shrank until a battalion that had once been responsible for a kilometer of frontage now fought to hold 100 meters and could not always do even that. North and south of the ruins, the Don front's wedges bit deeper into the pocket's shoulders. Villages that had been rear areas in December were fought over as frontline posts in January. Roads that had carried ration carts and field kitchens became targets for registered fire. Engineers on both sides worked in cold that split metal. Soviet teams dropped trestles into frozen streams by moonlight. German pioneers laid charges along culverts and bridges in a pattern that would slow the next day's advance rather than stop it. The pace was not fast. It was unrelenting. By the third week of the month, the pocket had shrunk to a shape that maps could render at a smaller scale. The great western bulge was gone. The line ran closer to the city's edge in arcs that could be seen from the high points, Mamayev, the factory roofs, when the weather cleared. Gumrak's fall removed the last legal fiction that an army could be kept alive by air. Drops continued where crews could find a hole in the weather and a road behind the line, but the average day now delivered less than the previous one had, and more of it fell into the wrong hands. In headquarters across the river, Rokossovsky shuffled arrows on a board and let the schedule dictate the rest. Another barrage line at dawn, another wedge late in the morning, a pause to reorganize, a push at last light to take the next farmstead and register new lines. In the city's center, the 62nd Army's map developed the first new shapes it had shown in months. Instead of islands, there were links. Instead of isolated shop floors held by will and habit, there were short frontages tied by trench and communication trench. Patrols that had once counted success by the number of rooms cleared, now counted by the number of courtyards crossed and held. The river behind them, which had fixed their world so narrowly for so long, remained both boundary and lifeline. The ice thicker each morning, the crossings still done by craft where they could be, by foot where they had to be, always under the same artillery programs that opened and closed lanes like curtains. Outside the ruins, on the tightening ring, the German divisions divided themselves into groups around officers whose names became the only labels that mattered. Kampfgruppe lists replaced neat regimental returns, a battery here, a company there, a handful of machine guns, a few mortars, a pair of serviceable tanks or none, depending on the day. Orders were simple and finite. Hold a line until night, delay at the next stream, cover the movement of the wounded to the city, destroy stores that could not be carried. Radios, when they worked, carried messages with the same limited verbs. The vocabulary of movement had narrowed to hold, delay, withdraw by bounds, stand. By late January, the reduction began to show a second aim, not only to compress, but to cut. Pushes from the west and from the south pressed toward the Volga inside the city's northern districts, while pressure in the center drove eastward along streets that had been no man's land for weeks. The intent was to reach the river and split the pocket into separate segments that could be finished in sequence. Even before the cut was complete, its logic took hold. Units that had been able to support each other by short moves found they could not. Batteries that had fired in support of a neighbor now had no line of sight that mattered. The last airstrip used for small landings was under fire too often to figure in anyone's plan. After that, men in the pocket looked to the sky only for parachutes, and the men outside looked for the same to collect them. The headquarters that had managed the pocket from village rooms west of the city shifted into deeper cellars in the center as the perimeter drew near. Messages were carried by hand more often than by wire. The distance between decision and effect shortened even as the choices narrowed. For the Soviets, the last preparations were simple in concept and painstaking in execution. Register new lines for the guns. Push the wedges forward another 100 meters around the clock. Keep the links from the river to the front line open through dark and weather. For the Germans, it was a matter of living from day to day and post to post, with each shift a bet against a calendar that had turned against them. January's end approached with the same fixed sounds that had marked the month. The flat crash of timed salvos stepping across the snow. The brittle noise of small arms fire in air so cold that metal rang. The grind of a cart's runners on a frozen road. The scrape of a plank at a landing that hardly anyone could see and fewer could reach. The ring was narrower now. The map's scale could be reduced and still show everything that mattered. To the north of the city, in the factory belt, one group of German units stood with their backs to the Volga. To the south and center, others clung to cellars and rooms whose walls had been stood up and knocked down half a dozen times since September. Between them, Soviet arrows angled toward the water in lines that had begun in ravines miles away on the steppe. What had begun as an approach and then become a siege was about to shift once more into a conclusion measured not by kilometers reclaimed, but by names no longer appearing in the daily reports. The airfields were gone. The relief had gone back. The cold had done what cold always does, slow everything and make every movement dear. The next days would decide whether the pocket ended as one body or as two, and whether the last messages to leave its cellars would be orders, reports, or announcements. The city that had absorbed the summer's thrust and the autumn's hammer now waited in winter for the last turn of a plan drawn far from any stairwell. Snow hardened the map into clean lines. In the last week of January, the artillery schedules on the Don Front's boards narrowed the pocket, field by field, village by village, until the plan written as arcs on paper became a seam in the ground. The method did not change. Short, dense barrages stepping forward by fixed distances, rifle formations entering under their cover, tanks held back to finish a point rather than run on. The effect compounded. Roads that had been lifelines inside the Kessel turned into registered lanes. Any cart or truck that moved in daylight did so under the certainty that someone had already calculated the time it would take to cross a field and set a battery's fuse to match it. The cut came on the 26th of January. To the west of the city, Soviet armies moving in from the steppe drove toward the Volga, while the 62nd Army pressed out from the riverbank it had held since September. They met near the city's central heights, close enough to see Mamayev, Kurgan's flattened slopes and the skeletal frames of factory roofs. The link-up turned one pocket into two. North, in and around the Dzerzhinsky tractor plant, Red October, Barricadi, and the workers' settlements beyond, stood the group that would later be labeled North. South, in the central districts, and toward the Tsaritsa ravine lay south, tied to the cellars and rooms that had been headquarters and strong points for months. Between them, the line ran to the river, and the logic of the reduction changed from a circle to two smaller arcs with separate centers. Inside the southern half, Headquarters moved deeper underground. The Sixth Army had drawn back to the city's middle as the perimeter shrank. Gumrak's loss had already forced the staff inward. Now, with the last airstrip gone and the drops falling at random to whichever side the wind favored, maps were unrolled on tables in cellars lit by lamps that turned breath into mist. Messages still arrived. They simply contained fewer options. Rations were recalculated as if arithmetic could be made into food. Ammunition, already rationed by peace, was assigned to posts rather than to battalions. Orders repeated, "Stand fast," as they had for weeks. Late on the 30th of January, a promotion came by radio from higher command, raising Friedrich Paulus to Field Marshal, a signal embedded in a rank, the implication plain enough. By morning, the decision that mattered was made in the city, not on any other circuit. Operation Ring, the formal name for the siege's last act, pressed on without altering its cadence for ceremony. On 28th to 30th of January, Rokossovsky's wedges drove in from west and south toward the river inside the city, aiming to shorten and then to sever the remaining connections between strong points. The same posts that had anchored the 62nd Army's defense, the rail embankments, the low stone buildings east of the central square, the pumping station, became references for the attack. Lift the barrage to the far side of the courtyard, cross under smoke, hold the next wall, register the corner for the guns. Mamayev Kurgan's crest, shaved down to granular earth by months of fire, was taken and tied to the riverbank by trench, the line along the Volga thickening from a ribbon into a short frontage with depth. In the factory's southern fringes, the catwalks and bays that had been fought over since October quieted, then spoke again in bursts as the pressure in the center pulled defenders' attention away, and the 60-seconds patrols found new angles into old rooms. On 31st January, officers from Soviet formations in the southern sector entered the city's central square and the cellars beyond it. The last headquarters of the southern group sat under a department store whose walls had been shaken for weeks without giving way. There, the army commander and members of his staff entered captivity. The announcement moved outward faster than any shell, first by runner and radio within the city, later by dispatch along sled roads to the Don front and then to more distant maps. The southern pocket ceased to exist as a headquarters and as a set of coherent units. It continued for a few hours as isolated posts along streets that had already been named and renumbered half a dozen times in reports. By nightfall, the resistance south of the cut had become individual knots, then silence. North of the cut, in the factory belt and the settlements above it, the fight held its shape a little longer. The ground there had been organized for months into a scaffolding of defense. Workshop walls braced, basements linked, yards ranged for fire. German formations in this half had fewer options and, for a time, better positions in the sense that the buildings had been turned into tools. The last airdrops that fell within reach tended to come down on these roofs and yards simply because the wind favored the open ground north of the center. A handful of serviceable tanks were still fueled and sighted to fire down lanes known by the crews as well as by the men facing them. The island, along the river by the barricades, sheds, the strip that had been supplied at night for months, remained a fixed point, now embedded in an advancing line rather than on its edge. The Don front's plan for the end ran in layers. First, straighten the northern perimeter to reduce its length to what artillery could cover without gaps. Second, cut within the pocket, as had been done in the city, short thrusts to the river wherever ground allowed, so that the larger north became several norths, each small enough to be held down by fewer men and fewer guns. Third, hold the outer ring tight against any last attempt to break outward toward the steppe. Even though fuel, ammunition, and daylight hours made such an attempt increasingly unlikely. The method did not require speed. It required a schedule kept in weather that cracked timber and metal, both. In the factories themselves, January's last days and February's first hours were a series of short, close fights that looked like October in miniature. Soviet infantry crossed shop floors under tight barrages. German companies, thinned to dozens, set mines on stairs and fired from behind machines that had become part of the wall. Positions were still described by things that could not be moved. The bay with the overhead crane stuck mid-travel. The furnace mouth with the brickwork collapsed because numbers and names had lost their meaning on the ground. The difference lay in depth. Where a counterattack could once come along a catwalk or through a punch hole in an internal wall, it now had to cross open yards already registered by nearby guns. Where a looped telephone line had connected a post to a neighbor, the wire cut in the last days seldom could be relayed before the next wedge came on. Inside what remained of the Northern Pocket's headquarters, General Karl Strecker organized what could still be moved and what could still be held. Reports sent outward in the last days had the same flat precision as bookkeeping. Rations remaining, rounds per gun, men fit for the line, wounded who could be moved only with carts and men enough to pull them. The tone did not change when the content did. Orders to hold specific features, this embankment, that shop, the lip of a cutting, went out until there were too few telephones left to carry them. When messages could be sent at all, they arrived as confirmations. Point held until a certain hour. Position given up for want of ammunition. Small counterattack thrown in and recovered. No further movement possible. The map of the city shifted visually in those days. The long-held strip along the river grew thicker in places as the 62nd Army linked posts by trench and communications trench, widening the frontage by meters at a time. Streets in the center that had been no man's land turned into short advances, then into rear areas for field kitchens set up under tarpaulins and smoke. In the factory belt, the line at last moved off the floor of a shop where shells had been falling for 3 months and out into a yard where snow showed footprints that could be measured by the hour. The barrages that had been general through autumn counted down to very specific tasks now. 3 lifts to cover a crossing of a courtyard, 2 to hold the far wall, 1 more to break the counter-fire of a gun found and registered the day before. Outside the city, the pocket narrowed to a shape that could be sketched on a small card. Villages that had been rear became forward positions and then were crossed and left to the men who counted prisoners and laid out wounded under canvas. Roads that had carried drops inward turned into lines along which columns of prisoners marched outward under guard, first in small groups taken in the field, then in larger bodies as headquarters positions folded. The air over the pocket was empty of friendly aircraft. What fell from it came by parachute, and not often. What could be moved was moved at night. What could not be moved was marked for destruction by small charges that bought minutes and no more. On the 2nd of February, the Northern Group ceased to exist as a fighting force. The last messages went out, practical, stripped of rhetoric, declaring positions untenable and reporting that units were laying down arms where they stood. Columns emerged from shops and yards and came out of cellars, guided by men who had been fighting each other within a few dozen meters for weeks and who now took the short routes to the rear without the detours that battle demands. At posts along the river that had kept their telephones against odds that looked unreasonable even on a good day, runners arrived to say there was no line to hold because there was no neighbor to hold it with. The noise changed first, then stopped. In the factories, the last small arms fire snapped and ended along one wall and then another. On Mamayev Kurgan, Artillery that had marked every hour since September fell silent by agreement and then by the lack of any target that justified the next lift. In the center, the apartment blocks east of the square that had been fought over by guardsmen for months were suddenly rear areas, routes for stretchers, lanes for carts, places to settle accounts that would take days to write and years to understand. What remained for the armies outside the ruins was work that did not make headlines and still needed doing. Prisoners were collected, searched, counted, and sent rearward under escorts who had done the same work on other fronts and knew how many small decisions, water here, a halt there, turned columns into something that could reach railheads rather than into files that broke along a road. Hospitals that had filled cellars in public buildings were expanded. Evacuation across the Volga continued. Wounded brought east, supplies brought west for the last pushes that in the end were not needed as pushes anymore. The river crossings, which had set the rhythm for months, finally slowed. Artillery units struck positions from their lists and pulled guns back along thawing roads to platforms that would point in new directions in weeks to come. Beyond the city, the map's larger lines shifted in patterns already visible before the last surrender was taken. Army Group A's withdrawal from the Caucasus continued toward Rostov with a speed set by frost and the destruction of bridges. The Soviet advances that had cut the German relief off the Mishkova pressed westward along rails and roads that had been prepared for the purpose. Staffs that had lived on a vocabulary reduced to hold, delay, and resupply added advance back to their orders in language that had been missing from their boards since summer. Stalingrad, as a set of posts and schedules, was over. Its place in every other ledger. The rail plan, the fuel plan, the calendar by which spring operations would be set, was only beginning. Inside the 62nd Army's dugouts on the West Bank, men marked the day with the practicalities they had held to throughout. Ammunition stock takes, casualty returns, lists of positions to be repaired or abandoned, now that the line no longer lay under an enemy's eye across the same street. Reports went up to the Don front and then to Moscow, where the same facts would be counted again in communiques and in decisions about where to send the next trainload of shells. The names that had filled daily reports since September, Mamayev, the station platforms, the pumping station, the blocks near the square, the shop floors and yards of the factories, remained fixed to places where men could now walk without crouching and where a voice could carry from one end of a trench to another without competing with artillery. The battle's end within the city did not exhaust the story that had brought it to that point. It did fix its scale. What had begun as a drive toward a river on a summer map had become, in winter, stairwells and catwalks, ferry timetables in darkness, and an encirclement planned over weeks and closed in days. The last days of January and the 1st of February turned those scales into an outcome anyone could see. 2 pockets, then 1, then none. The next steps lay off the frozen river entirely, in lodgements along other rivers, on other roads, and in rooms where staffs would translate this result into a plan for a season bigger than a city. The cold did not lift with the gunfire. In the first days after the northern pocket laid down arms, the city felt quieter only by contrast. Work replaced fighting. Sanitary detachments moved through streets that had been front lines a week earlier, sifting rubble for the living, marking the dead with stakes and cloth strips and flagging mines left in doorways and stairwells. Engineers cleared passages along the embankment and across the central heights, mapping safe lanes where there had been none, then widening them so carts and field kitchens could pass. The Volga, which had set the battle's pulse for months, still carried craft by night, now with sacks of flour and crates of medical supplies east to west, and with the worst wounded back the other way. The flotilla's pilots timed their crossings to the slow drift of ice and to artillery schedules that, out of habit more than need, still opened and closed curtains at fixed minutes. Prisoner columns formed as orders found the places they were meant to reach. They came out of factory yards and cellars in groups that had been companies the day before and were now men on foot, officers and enlisted mixed, weapons piled at intersections under guards who had learned to judge the line between haste and collapse. Searching parties worked quickly but not carelessly. Papers were taken, pockets were emptied, knives and watches were removed with a regularity that turned an indignity into a process. The sick and frostbitten were moved to improvised wards in schools and public buildings that had avoided the worst of the shelling. From there, when there was space, they went to ferries and sleds for the East Bank and the longer trip inland. The numbers were beyond any one unit's capacity to grasp. The rhythm made them manageable. A field depot became a point of entry to captivity, a frozen road, a file. In cellars that had been headquarters, staff officers counted differently. Ammunition returns were replaced by inventory lists and casualty ledgers. Reports that had measured frontage in meters now measured buildings cleared for use. This school habitable after shoring, that pumping station running at a fraction of output, a tram depot with a roof still sound enough to shelter 100 men from weather, if not from a direct hit. The 62nd Army kept to its habits. Rolls called at the same hours. Messages sent by runner and by wire where it could be laid. But the content changed. Positions that had been posts became addresses. Addresses became distribution points. Distribution points became a map of a city that would take years to resemble what the word once meant. The treatment of the captured had its own systems and its limits. The first days were crowded and thin on supplies. Guards who had eaten tight rations themselves divided bread that would have been tight for a single battalion among hundreds. Sorting centers organized by rank and unit affiliation took the place of bivouacs. The wounded were prioritized for evacuation. The rest were marched in stages to railheads far from the river. The march left records in steps, date, place, numbers passed, rather than in names that anyone could keep up with in the moment. The intervening winter did what winter always does. It made every distance longer and every error costlier. What remained beyond the visible process were truths that would only be obvious much later. That among the prisoners were dozens of general officers, that only a small fraction of those who went east would ever go back west, and that a handful would in time speak to microphones and lend their names to a political committee that had not existed when the fighting began. Inside Soviet headquarters, the battle's conclusion was written into schedules that reached beyond the city. Rokossovsky's Don Front redistributed its artillery and rifle formations along new lines on the Donets and the Seversky Donets. Units that had been tied to the inner ring were reassigned to outward-facing roles that had been on boards for weeks. Yeremenko's Stalingrad front, oriented south and west, did the same. Staffs that had synchronized barrage clocks to ferry timetables now synchronized them to columns moving over open country. Orders went out to move guns by night, to refill depots, to detrain fresh formations where rails reached, and to reach again for the method that had closed the ring. 2 blows at the shoulders of a front, time to bend it rather than to punch straight through. The German side of the ledger adjusted under duress. Army Group A's withdrawal from the Caucasus had been underway since December. It continued across frozen passes and along roads crowded with columns that had to be prioritized in real time. Guns first, then fuel, then transport, then what could be saved of stores gathered in summer. Rostov, the hinge to the Kuban and the Donbass, became the point of decision. Whether the crossings there could be held while the last units came out of the mountains depended on weather and on which formations could be spared to cover the gates. Army Group Don, formed for relief and now repurposed for defense, recomposed its line under Manstein. Wreckage gathered into echelons. New arrivals from the west fed in by train to a front under pressure from more than one direction. In Moscow, the political language kept pace with the military result. Bulletins named the city without adjectives. Decorations were awarded with a mixture of ceremony and speed. Units cited the title Guards given to formations that had only recently acquired their current numbers. At the same time, committees that managed civil life wrote a different set of orders, where bread was to be distributed, how to allocate labor to clear rubble before thaw, which streets to open for two-way traffic, which bridges to repair first. In Stalingrad itself, a civic skeleton reappeared. A commanding officer could now find a magistrate to sign a list when it mattered and a quartermaster to redraft a ration plan that made sense with shelves and without. The space the battle vacated on maps filled quickly. In early February, Soviet offensives that had been shaped in the depth of winter began to move. North of the city, along the Donets toward Voroshilovgrad and farther toward Kharkov. Westward through the snow toward Kursk and the Oskol. Operations given code names, Star and Gallop among them, pushed on lines that had been guarded by troops borrowed to feed the relief from Kotelnikovo or to hold the Don farther north. Towns that had been waypoints in summer's advance were retaken in winter's light. Rail junctions that had once fed a strategy now fed a retreat. For a few weeks the front reeled, then steadied. Overstretch replaced attrition as the risk to the side that had the initiative. The city's cleanup continued in the same tight circles that had held it through the siege. Mines were lifted by the thousand from courtyards, ruins, and the mouths of ravines. Unexploded shells were catalogued, then carried away to pits where controlled blasts shook a skyline that would otherwise have been quiet. Public kitchens served thin soups that nonetheless began to resemble meals rather than rations. Families that had been across the river for months came back in small groups, led by men and women who knew the blocks and the courtyards well enough to orient themselves by ruins. They found basements that could be made habitable, rooms that could be shored with beams taken from roofs already gone, and neighbors who could be counted to fetch water and carry coal. A city cannot rebuild in a season. It can begin. Signals from Berlin reflected the shock in a different register. Radio statements insisted on holding lines elsewhere. Editors found new ways to name a retreat without calling it that. A speech in a Berlin sports hall in mid-February invoked the phrase total war to bind the home front to the frontline catastrophe and to promise that a different kind of mobilization would answer it. In barracks across Europe, new drafts were read their orders. On the Eastern Front, commanders who had built their reputations on long advances in temperate months turned to the winter craft of arranging counterstrokes on limited goals to correct a map that had slipped too far. One of those counterstrokes, organized by Manstein as winter began to give, would in a matter of weeks bend the line back around Kharkov in a display of operational skill that belonged to a different story than a city on the Volga, but was connected to it all the same. In the ruins, the quieter work that follows a siege produced records as meticulous as any artillery plan. Lists of the dead grew. Identities were confirmed when possible and marked when not. Mass graves were organized with the same care that had once been spent on trenches. Awards were recorded. Unit journals were gathered for archives that would give the fight a narrative beyond rumor and letters. Some of those records would be used in trials many months later. Some would be read aloud at veterans' meetings. Some would be lost in the next season's movements and never rewritten. It was enough, for the moment, that the lists existed, that names turned up again among the living, and that the work of ending a battle kept to a timetable as strict as the battle itself had kept to one. What Stalingrad did to the remainder of the year's plan could be seen in the way trains were loaded as much as in the way communiques were written. Fuel allocations that had once been calculated to support summer drives to the Caucasus were repurposed to evacuate factories and to feed defensive screens along the Donets. The Luftwaffe, which had attempted what its chief had promised and had been unable to match arithmetic with wings, redistributed squadrons to fields farther west. The loss of aircraft on the lift showed up as fewer escorts for columns and fewer fighters on call for fronts, not yet under pressure, but soon to be. The Red Army's air arm, supplied by an industry that had been reassembled east of the Urals the previous year, took advantage of this shift with the same method used on the ground. Concentration at a chosen point, then a move to the next one before a response could be organized. For the Axis allies that had held the shoulders of the advance the previous summer, the winter and the city together were a reckoning. Romanian, Italian, and Hungarian armies had suffered catastrophic losses on the Don and in the steppe. Their governments faced domestic questions that telegrams from the front could not forestall. Replacements were promised. The reality, men, weapons, fuel, was slow to match. German commanders, rebuilding lines with what they had, folded Allied units into their arrangements where they could and drew German divisions tight where they could not. The coalition that had made the summer map possible did not dissolve at once. It frayed, and those frayed edges showed first wherever the front had to be held with promises. The tale the city told itself after battle was plainer. Places took back names instead of numbers. The house by the square became a building with an address again, even if its upper floors were open to the sky. The pumping station became a pump that worked, at least for a few hours a day. The factory bays that had been described by immovable features, the crane frozen in mid-travel, the furnace mouth with the brickwork collapsed, kept those descriptions in use as directions for salvage crews. Some shop floors could be cleared. Some could not be reached without risking collapse and were left for thaw and for a plan that would take more than one spring to complete. For the soldiers who had stood on either bank through autumn and winter, the end came in gestures that did not look like endings at all. A sergeant in the 62nd Army who had checked a telephone line every evening for months found there was no line to check because the post beyond it had been folded into a frontage that now faced west rather than across a street. A gun team on the Don front that had known the range to a solitary tree by heart moved the piece by night and learned a new set of distances under a different horizon. A pilot on the Volga, who had known the current's quirks at every hour of darkness, ferried bread and sacks of coal across water that no longer needed to be hidden by a barrage. Habits endured, their purpose changed. The accounts written later would argue over figures. How many surrendered in the last days? How many guns were captured? How many civilians survived the siege within the city limits? How many of the men who went into captivity would return years hence? They would differ in tone over responsibility and over the measure of loss. They would agree in one thing, that the front, which had seemed before summer to be a set of choices open to Berlin, now ran on terms set by the side that had absorbed and then encircled. The Volga was open to its own commerce again. The oil of the Caucasus remained out of reach. The arithmetic of what can be done next moved outward from a city that had not been meant to decide so much. When the thaw came, it came first as a problem. Roads that had been iron turned to paste, ice on the river breaking into plates that shoved against one another in a grinding that sounded like artillery heard from a distance. Salvage had to wait for dry ground. Offensive plans did not. The winter's lesson, that weight applied at the right place could bend a front given time and preparation, was written into orders for the spring, and the spring would in turn produce its own correction. For now, The city on the Volga was a ruin with a schedule. The men who had fought through stairwells and across catwalks were sent west, some to rest, some to march. The guns that had lifted their fire by fixed meters to cover a river crossing at a certain minute were loaded onto trains that would take them to a different river and a different dawn. What Stalingrad broke was not only an army in a pocket, but a set of assumptions. It showed that the Red Army could plan, hide, and execute an encirclement on a scale that made the word operational mean what its authors had intended before the war. It showed that the Luftwaffe's promise to sustain an army from the air could fail when weather, distance, and adversary converged. It showed that the coalition holding the flanks of a long advance could not absorb unlimited shocks. And it showed that a city, if supplied by a river and taught to fight by rooms and landings, could hold long enough for a map drawn far away to become real. In the next weeks, attention would pivot northwest to a line that bent around Kharkov and Belgorod, where movement in thaw would change the tempo again and where the pendulum, at least for a season, would swing back the other way. Stalingrad would remain behind the front as a place to be counted, in lists of prisoners, in rolls of the decorated and the dead, in orders that assigned labor and timber to new roofs, and in communiques that no longer had to explain why the Volga still carried barges at night. The river ran as it had before the siege, slow, broad, indifferent. The city on its bank, for the moment, answered to a calendar made from work. The quiet that followed inside the city did not mean the front stood still. It widened. As engineers cleared lanes through the ruins and sanitary teams marked grave sites, the staffs that had run the siege turned their maps outward. North and west, formations that had helped close the ring on the steppe were already moving again. They were given new lines to aim for, railheads, river crossings, towns whose names had been waypoints in summer, and orders that repeated a simple instruction learned over winter: strike at the shoulders, not the middle. In late January and early February, two thrusts opened that together looked like a tide. One, to the north and northwest, ran under the Voronezh front and aimed for Belgorod and Kharkov. The other, to the west and southwest, fell under fronts that had helped seal the pocket and now pressed toward the Donbass and the Dnieper bend. Supply columns that had fed the siege turned and fed the advance. Guns fired in programs like those that had masked ferry crossings, only now the line stepped across open fields toward river fords and road junctions. Belgorod fell first. Kharkov, stripped by the Germans for the relief effort and garrisoned by units still in motion, followed on a gray February day. Tracks clattered over points in its yards from the opposite direction for the first time since the prior year. Along the Donets and farther south across the flat country between the Kalmius and the Mias, German units gave ground because there was no other choice that week. Army Group A came north from the Caucasus in heavy, cold columns, mountain roads iced into ledges where a stuck truck could hold up a division, and threaded Rostov before the crossings there could be closed. Army Group Don, formed for relief and now turned to defense, pulled in what it could from the west to make a line between the Oskol and the lower Don. The winter had become a lesson in distances. Railheads that could be reached only in darkness, bridges that held only because they were iced as solid as stone, trucks that burned their cargo to carry it. In Berlin, the shock took a different form. A radio read out the loss of an army. And then, a few days later, a speech in a sports hall asked a vast question about mobilization and endurance and promised answers measured in rationing and hours worked. The word total entered the register of public orders. Promotions and new commands were signed in the same rooms, reassurances and instructions folded into one sheet. In Moscow, the answer to the victory followed older forms. Units cited for distinction, medals struck for those who had held the riverbank and the slopes, reports dispatched that carried the city's name without adjectives. In Stalingrad itself, a first roll of decorations was read in dugouts and workshops, and a ribbon with a small stamped disc began to appear on coats and blouses that had carried no such metal through the autumn. On the ground, momentum ran ahead of organization for a few weeks. The Soviet drives that had won a battle pressed on into a pursuit that promised more than the weather and the rails could sustain. The thrust toward Kharkov and beyond went deep, and the one toward the Dnieper did the same. Bridges improvised on the Donets and on smaller rivers held for a day and failed on the second when frost heaved and anchors shifted. Tank brigades leaped ahead and then had to wait for fuel delivered by horse where trucks could not pass. Intelligence maps painted gaps in the German line that were real and then were closed by formations arriving in the night from distant stations. By mid-February, the line bent the other way under a different logic. Having given ground far and fast, the German command found depth enough to gather a fist. Rail brought in armored divisions from quieter fronts, and the formations that had tried to break through to the pocket turned around to counterstroke with a clearer purpose. Not to open the encirclement, impossible now, but to reform a front that could be supplied in spring. The relief's spearheads reassembled south of the Donets. An armored corps, drawn from elite divisions, went on the march again, this time in cold that sharpened metal and leveled ground, aiming not for the Volga, but for the seams in the Soviet advance. The counterblow fell late in the month along the roads between the Donets and the open country southwest of Kharkov. It came at the joint between fronts and at the leading edges of a corps that had outrun their depots. Fights at villages that had been crossed quickly a week earlier became long, careful actions. Crests taken and held through a day, then retaken at dusk under short, crushing fire. Where the Soviet advance had formed salients, the German armored groups cut their routes with 2 or 3 strikes, then rolled the edges back to straighten a line. The map bent back visibly. By early March, columns of Soviet units pulled to new positions behind the river lines, resighting guns and waiting for supply to catch up. In mid-March, after days of fighting house to house, Kharkov changed hands again. Belgorod followed. The front steadied along the Donets, the Oskol, and the marshy approaches that would become familiar names in summer. None of this altered what had been decided at the Volga. It reframed it. The winter proved that the Red Army could plan and conceal a double envelopment on a continental scale and execute it to the point of closing and reducing a pocket. It also showed that exploitation beyond the encirclement required the same concentration of supply and command that the encirclement had. When pursuit outran those, a disciplined counterstroke could claw back ground even from an opponent with momentum. The result by spring was a new geometry. A broad bulge around a city named Kursk, a reformed line in the south, and a front that had traded a single crisis for a pair of clear choices. Each side read that geometry and began to arrange materiel and units around it. The Germans for a summer offensive meant to pinch the salient, the Soviets for a defense in depth and a plan to strike when that pinch failed. Back in Stalingrad, winter's work continued with a calendar as strict as any artillery program. The city's water ran again, fitfully and muddy at first, then cleaner as mains were patched and pumps given power from lines strung hurriedly across streets. Mines were lifted from cellars and courtyards. Shells that had not burst were tracked, marked with chalk, and moved to pits where controlled detonations startled the new quiet. Families returned in small numbers, finding rooms without roofs and turning basements into winter quarters once more, this time without needing to count the minutes between bombardments. Supply to those who stayed and to those who had come back was apportioned by street, by block, by Q, stamped at the head with a procurement officer's new seal. The captured were counted, sorted, and moved. Officers were separated for questioning. Doctors were pulled from columns to staff wards, where the priority was survival before transport. Those too ill to move were left temporarily in schools and halls, with Red Army guards and nurses who had learned their craft under fire. For the rest, the process was a set of distances, from factory yard to square, from square to road, from road to railhead. There are numbers for this. Prisoners taken, generals included, units broken down, but the experience in the columns ran to simpler marks. A river crosswind that carried snow into faces, the sound of boots on a frozen road, the hour when bread was passed down a file. On staffs in Moscow and at the fronts, commands changed names and positions as the winter ended. The formation that had held the inner ring of the encirclement was reassigned and retitled for operations farther north. The formation that had watched the south bank of the Volga took a new, older name to match its orientation toward the lower Don. Commanders were promoted, some for work at the riverbank, some for the design and execution of the ring, and the army that had clung to the city's edge was marked out for honor in a way that did not change its rations, but did change its place on paper. In spring, it would carry a new number and a title that fixed its record in a single word. The Luftwaffe's winter arithmetic showed in spring's orders. Aircraft lost to weather, to flak, and to error during the lift were not quickly replaced. Squadrons shifted west to cover the new line and to answer demands in a sky that would be contested differently come summer. The Soviet air arm, rebuilt on production from factories far east and on airfields hardened through winter, pushed forward in step with the ground forces. Wings moved to captured strips as soon as ground crews could fill holes and roll surfaces flat, and patrols that had flown over a single river now ranged over two. The habit learned on the ground, concentrate, strike, shift, was written into flight plans as well. For the Axis allies, the winter had left raw edges. The armies that had held the long flanks on the Don and beyond had been broken, and their governments had to reassemble units in name before they could be reassembled in fact. Survivors reached their countries with stories that reached parliaments as quickly as military attachés' reports did. German headquarters redistributed sectors, folding Allied divisions where they could be supported, and posting German formations where the next summer's main effort would draw the hardest blow. The coalition did not dissolve. It adjusted to losses and to the new demands of a front that had contracted and stiffened. One feature of the Volga fight outlasted the battle, even as its tools were put away. The way orders were written for the city, short, precise, tied to ground, a runner could remember, traveled with the men who had learned to write them. A staff officer who had set an artillery lift by meters and by minutes to cover a ferry crossing now set one to cover a bridgehead elsewhere. A platoon leader who had mapped a drain and a wall as the route to a landing now mapped a quick path through a village yard and an orchard to a road that mattered. The scale changed. The craft did not. That craft, applied to open country and to river lines in spring, made for a front that looked different on paper and felt familiar to the men in its ranks. Through all of it, the city kept its own time. The river's ice broke late, and the sound of it grinding along the pilings of damaged piers was louder than artillery heard from a distance. When thaw came, it came as trouble first. Roads that had been iron turned to paste. Timber that had served for months gave way under the weight of wagons and had to be replaced by fresh cutting from groves beyond the last blocks. Salvage was postponed on some streets until the ground could bear men and carts. The first sown plots appeared in corners behind walls, seeds pressed into soil that had been roof dust and mortar a few weeks before. In staff rooms far away, summer was marked on maps with arrows that curved toward a salient named Kursk. The German plan sought to pinch it away. The Soviet plan arranged to meet that pinch, hold it, and answer. The routes to those plans ran, one way or another, through the city by the Volga, through its ferry timetables and stairwells, through a ring closed in snow, through a pocket fed by air until the air could do no more. The story at Stalingrad had ended for the men who walked its streets. It continued as method for the men who would fight on ground that had never seen those streets. It was easy to see the end in an empty sky and the stillness of a hill that no longer took shell fire. The reality was plainer and slower. Men moved the same ways they had moved under bombardment, only now they carried timber rather than ammunition. Orders still marked minutes and meters, only now they named the places where rails would be laid back and pumps turned on. The victory inside the city had become a way to count the year, before the ring and after it, before the counterstroke and after it. Winter had given up its grip. Spring would test what the winter had taught. Thaw began as a nuisance and then as a signal. Snow slumped from shattered roofs, ice in shell holes turned to grey water. Carts that had skated along iron roads found their wheels dropped into ruts that deepened by the hour. In Stalingrad, the work that followed a siege, clearing lanes, lifting mines, marking graves, continued on a timetable as strict as any fire plan. Beyond the city limits, staffs that had closed the ring shifted their maps outward and began to write new arrows. The first of those arrows moved before the last ruins went quiet. Late January into February, the fronts that had helped seal the pocket went over to the offensive in two directions at once. North and northwest, the Voronezh front struck toward Belgorod and Kharkov, following the line of the Oskol and the Donets. West and southwest, formations that had stood on the outer cordon of Stalingrad moved along the steppe toward the Donbass and the bend of the Dnieper. The method from winter carried into the pursuit. Concentrate guns, open with a dense short barrage that walked by measured distances, push rifle units under its cover, hold tanks back to finish points rather than to run wild on roads that could not feed them. Belgorod fell quickly in February. Kharkov followed later that month, taken more by movement than by set-piece attack, its depots stripped to supply the failed relief, its garrison heavy with units still in transit. For a week, trains clattered the wrong way through its yards for the first time since the previous summer. Bridges were thrown by engineers working in wind that carried ice like grit. Crossings held for a day and, in places, failed on the second when anchors shifted and the thaw undercut footings. Fuel came forward in cans stacked on sleighs where trucks could not pass. For a few days, the German line looked like a net with holes too large to mend at once. Retreat in the south had its own geometry. Army Group A, deep in the Caucasus, threaded its way north along mountain roads that a stuck vehicle could block for hours. Rostov, the gateway to the Kuban and the lower Don, became the hinge of everything. A set of bridges that had to carry columns coming out while covering forces faced west and north to hold gates open. Farther north, the command created for the Stalingrad relief, now named Army Group Don, recomposed itself for defense under Erich von Manstein. Wrecked battalions were rolled into Kampfgruppen. Fresh formations detrained from the west and were fed into gaps in darkness. Distance ruled every decision, where to post an armored division so it could be driven to either of two crises, which rail line could be kept open through thaw long enough to matter. News of the city's end crossed frontiers into rooms where strategy was written in different languages. At Casablanca, where Allied leaders met even as the last shots were being fired among the factories, The hard lesson about momentum and terms turned into a policy of unconditional surrender, a phrase that would thread through communiques as the year went on. In Berlin, a speech at the Sport Palace in mid-February asked the home front for total war, a phrase that bound ration cards to regiments and promised remedies measured in hours worked and in longer lists of men called up. In Moscow, the language was older and steadier. Citations for units that had held the riverbank and the slopes, promotions for those who had planned and executed the encirclement. A medal struck earlier for the city's defense now awarded in numbers to men and women whose work had no entries in battle diaries. Momentum, for a few weeks in February, outran organization. The pushes beyond Kharkov and toward the Dnieper went deep and wide, held together by courage and habit as much as by rails that could not be repaired at the pace of a thaw. Tank brigades leapt ahead and then had to wait in villages for petrol and shells that arrived by horse. Infantry crossed on makeshift bridges at first light, only to find the planks had shifted by noon. The deep map showed gaps the enemy could not fill today. Another map, on a table farther west, showed lines of trains bringing armored divisions from quieter sectors tomorrow. Manstein's counterstroke took shape in that gap between today and tomorrow. The formations that had tried to break through to the pocket, 4th Panzer Army's Corps, with experienced corps reassembled, turned north and east in late February and early March. They chose their points with care. The seams between fronts, the places where advance guards had outrun their depots, the angles where a salient could be cut from its route with 2 short blows rather than blunted with 1 long one. Villages that had been crossed lightly on the first advance became the ground for hard, deliberate fights. Crests taken at noon and retaken at dusk. Guns hauled forward to fire over open sights. Short, sharp artillery programs that had more in common with winter's schedules than with the free-running summer before. The line bent back. By mid-March, the Soviet advance pulled to river lines to reform under cover of guns. After hard, close fighting that ran street by street, Kharkov was lost again on March's second weekend. Belgorod followed days later. What stood in the south by the month's end was a front restitched along the Donets and the Oskol. Not the disaster that had seemed possible in February, but not the sweep to the Dnieper either. The crisis at Stalingrad had given the Red Army a method. Exploitation beyond an encirclement would still demand the same concentration of supply and staff work as the encirclement itself. When that concentration was missing, even a battered opponent could claw back ground. None of this changed what had been fixed on the Volga. It set the stage for summer. The map now showed a wide bulge around a city named Kursk, a salient thrust into the German line, its shoulders resting roughly on Orel in the north and Belgorod in the south. In Berlin, a plan took form to pinch it away with a double envelopment, north to south by Model's 9th Army from the Orel end, south to north by Hoth's 4th Panzer Army and a powerful mobile corps from around Belgorod and Kharkov. New machines, Panther tanks and heavy assault guns built on long chassis, were counted into the plan, so were older lessons. Pack the blow with engineers and artillery, keep reserves ready to finish a breach, go short and deep, not long and thin. Mud and production delayed the start. Each week of delay altered the ledger more than any single brigade could. Mines laid, trenches dug, anti-tank guns sighted. On the other side, new tanks delivered, crews shaken out on training grounds, the hope that one concentrated offensive could restore strategic freedom. Moscow read the same map differently. Where the winter's first blows had been planned around encirclement, spring's work around Kursk revolved around depth. Rokossovsky's central front took the salient's northern face. Vatutin's Voronezh front held the southern. Behind them, Ivan Konev's steppe front formed a strategic reserve. Engineers walked fields with tape and chalk, marking mine belts by the 1,000 per kilometer, laying them in patterns meant to slow and canalize, rather than to kill alone. Pack fronts, concentrations of anti-tank guns with overlapping fields of fire, were emplaced behind the first trench, and then again behind the second. Brigades of sappers rehearsed at night how to pull wire, drop fascines, and lay new mines behind an attacker that had made a partial breach. Rail lines were repaired and extended to new depots. Partisans were tasked to cut the rail spurs and culverts feeding the German gathering. Where the winter had relied on short-range skill, storm groups in stairwells, artillery lifted by the minute, summer's plan scaled those instincts onto kilometers. Back at Stalingrad, the army that had clung to the West Bank through autumn and winter changed its number and its place on paper. In April, the 62nd Army, the formation that had fought from the central station to the factories, from the square to the riverbank, was redesignated the 8th Guards Army under Chuikov. The title conferred honor more than comfort. The men still stood in lines at depots for new boots. Officers still argued over allotments of trucks and petrol. Regiments still rebuilt around cadres that had survived by craft and luck. The new Guard Army left the city in steps, first to nearby positions, then into reserve for a brief refitting, then westward by rail. On paper, its line of march looked simple. In fact, it moved through a country that was only starting to mend. Bridges repaired with green timber, stations with platform roofs missing, villages where a name meant a place on a map but no longer matched any standing building. The city itself adopted routines that felt, for a moment, strange in their ordinariness. Water ran, muddy some days, clearer on others, as mains were patched and pumps powered with lines strung hastily along streets. Public kitchens moved out into courtyards. Queues formed to the sound of ladles scraping the bottom of large pots. Children returned across the river and were counted at schools that met in one habitable room rather than in a building. The medal for the defense of Stalingrad, established earlier, began to appear pinned on tunics in lines that wound past tables where clerks, set to work in coats and fingerless gloves, wrote names in ledgers rescued from basements. Salvage crews catalogued what could be reused from factory bays. The overhead crane frozen in mid-travel still held. The rolling stand could be made to turn again. The furnace mouth was rubble and would remain so until new brick could be cured in weather warm enough to hold mortar. The captured moved in the other direction. Officers were separated for interrogation. Doctors and medics were pulled from files to staff wards. The worst cases were housed in schools and halls, pending evacuation. For the rest, the march to railheads was a set of distances that had little to do with politics and everything to do with cold and bread. Columns passed mileposts at the pace of the slowest man. Guards counted heads at crossroads that had been battle objectives weeks before. Those who had been badly wounded and not moved in time were left where they lay when positions were overrun. Those still on their feet learned quickly that the war of marches and camps had its own rules and that those rules ran to survival first, identity later. Lists taken here would be reconciled with lists taken there long after anyone in the column could imagine that paperwork mattered. Spring's planning had a logic that could be seen even in the way rail cars were loaded. Fuel that had once been earmarked for a push across the steppe was now a line on a schedule to bring up artillery, wire, and mines to the salient's shoulders. The Luftwaffe, which had been asked to do arithmetic with wings in winter and had come up short, refitted to support the summer plan. Fighters and fighter bombers moved to airfields hardened as much as they could be. New aircraft were assigned where crews and ground staff could take them. Hopes were counted in squadrons. The Red Army's air arm moved forward too, building up at captured strips in step with the fronts. Patrols ranged over rear areas to watch for preparations. Bomber regiments trained to hit lines and nodal points, rather than to waste loads hunting columns hidden under camouflage. Allies and collaborators on the German side felt the winter's result more sharply than any directive could describe. Romanian, Italian, and Hungarian armies, all heavily engaged on the Don, had taken losses they could not replace quickly. Units were rebuilt in name. In fact, cadres and odds and ends stood in for regiments. German commands redistributed sectors accordingly, folding Allied formations into protected stretches where supply and terrain helped, and placing German divisions where aerial reconnaissance and prisoner reports suggested the summer's hardest blows would land. It was coalition work under pressure, and it showed its seams in briefings that talked as much about morale and ration scales as about planned fires. Factories far to the east picked up the slack the ruins on the Volga could not. The schedules that had once turned out tractors and cranes now turned out guns and tanks at a pace that had been unimaginable 2 years earlier. The T-34's production tightened tolerances. Self-propelled guns made on the same lines answered a specific need: mobile direct fire to kill armor at short range without exposing towed pieces to counterfire. Railways ran by rule and by habit, east to west at night with lights masked, west to east by day with fewer wagons to haul back because what had been stripped the previous year had already been moved. If trains were sermons, they spoke of a country learning to sustain a front that had become a continent. In soft ground and under widening skies, the ways learned in the city carried outward. Orders were still written to be remembered after 2 corners and a bend in a trench. Only now they named a copse and a fold in the ground rather than a stairwell and a landing. Artillery lifts were still set by meters and minutes. Only now those meters were across a field, and those minutes were the time it took tanks to pass a tree line. Engineers still carried satchel charges and wire cutters. The wire was just higher, and the charges placed under beams in bridges rather than under joists in floors. Snipers who had learned to watch pumps and corners watched crossroad signs and culverts. Their work slowed routines just the same. By late spring, the front's shape was plain enough for both sides to plan from memory. The Kursk salient sat like a thumb on a palm, its top at Oral, its base around Belgorod and Kharkov. German formations gathered along its edges with new machines parked in rows, crews learning systems under instructors who stressed that a complex tank was still just a tank if it broke a track in the wrong place. Soviet formations deepened their belts. Reconnaissance worked in circles, counting engines in woods by the sound of them at night, reading the pattern of trains in the day. The start date for the German offensive slipped across calendar pages. Production delays, muddy roads, the desire to gather one more battalion here and another there. Each slip was matched by another layer of mines, another trench completed, another anti-tank position zeroed on a field that the maps called by a number and the men by a tree. Stalingrad's story did not end at the river. It persisted as a method nested inside larger plans. Hug close to deny the enemy his strongest tools, break a field into pieces small enough to manage, use the night to move and the day to hold. Make artillery, a clock and infantry the hands. It persisted in the men who had survived. Officers promoted with a note that said, "Guards" across a new line. Riflemen who had learned to fight in rooms, now embedded in a regiment that would fight along hedgerows and in village yards. Pilots who timed a run to a pattern of guns that had protected a ferry slip and would now protect a bridgehead. By early July, the fields around Kursk had lost the last of their spring gloss. Tracks could hold the weight of a column without sinking. Wheat stood high in places where it had been sown between mine belts. Villages held heat behind their walls in a way that made the interiors close even before dawn. On both sides of the salient, artillery platoons rehearsed their first hours. Guns sighted, fuses set in crates, primers counted. Infantry platoons rehearsed their first minutes. Routes to the first hedge, the way a ditch would be crossed without making a skyline. The pause that follows preparation can feel like stillness on the surface and like pressure underneath. It felt that way now. The winter's lesson had been that weight, applied where seams meet, can change a year. The summer would test whether weight could be met and turned into someone else's problem before it reached the heart of a defense. In Stalingrad, the river ran as it had before the siege, broad and indifferent. In the workshops that could still take power, machines turned slowly under belts mended again and again. In the streets, men and women walked with tools instead of rifles and kept to schedules that began with whistles rather than with whistles announcing bombs. Far to the north and south, the fronts that had stretched and then stiffened wrote their next chapter on fields no mapmaker had ever thought would matter to anyone beyond a peasant and a postman. The city by the Volga had given those fields their method. The summer would decide whether method or momentum had the last word that season. Summer came on as a set of preparations rather than as weather. The broad bulge in the line around Kursk, the salient that winter had drawn, sat on every staff table in Berlin and Moscow. To the north at Orel, German Ninth Army under Model gathered to press down from the top of the bulge. To the south around Belgorod and Kharkov, 4th Panzer Army under Hoth and Army Detachment Kempf prepared to drive up from the bottom. Between those pincers lay a plan. Meet near Kursk, pinch away the salient, restore a shorter front that could be supplied. The plan waited on machines and roads. New heavy tanks, Panthers and Tigers, came forward by rail in batches. Assault guns were counted into corps totals. Engineer stores for breaching belts were brought up and stacked. Each delay added weeks. Each week gave the other side time to deepen what it had already started. On the Soviet side, depth was the point. The salient's northern face fell to Rokossovsky's Central Front. Its southern face to Vatutin's Voronezh Front. Behind them, Konev's Steppe Front held a reserve out of sight that could be moved where the map bent. Engineers laid belts as a craft, not a line. Mine densities measured in thousands per kilometer in sectors judged most likely to take the first blows. Anti-tank ditches traced across fields to force armor into lanes. Wire, posts, and log bunkers set in rows that were not quite straight, so that interlocking fire could rake a bend. Pack fronts of anti-tank guns were emplaced with overlapping fields. Heavy pieces were sighted farther back to fire on likely breach points. Observers rehearsed distances by landmarks, copse, hillock, culvert, and wrote them down as corrections in meters rather than as names. Railways brought ammunition, wire, and replacement guns to depots built in woods and cuttings. Partisan detachments behind the German lines worked at the same time on culverts and rails to make every German train a bet, not a timetable. Stavka, having read German delays as clearly as any communique, made its own calendar. Defensive belts would take the first shock. Counterblows would follow when the pincer arms had spent themselves. The reserve, the Steppe Front, held formations that had learned to move on short notice. Tank armies, Guards Rifle Corps, artillery penetration divisions. Farther south, other fronts were given their own tasks for later in the season. Once the salient's decision was clear, the Mius line and the Donbass had to be pried open. The Dnieper would become the next fixed line. Chuikov's 62nd Army, redesignated in April as the 8th Guards Army, took its place in this larger order, honored for the riverbank and the stairwells it had held, placed in depth to be used when the map shifted south and the next river crossings mattered. The opening at Kursk came in the hours before dawn on the 5th of July, 1943, and began with sound. Having detected the concentration for the German assault, Soviet guns on both faces of the salient opened a preemptive barrage on likely assembly areas, short, dense concentrations meant to tear up starting lines and force units to step off from confusion rather than from calm. When the German artillery answered, the ground shook in scheduled strips on either side of the salient's shoulders. Then infantry and engineers moved. Breaching teams went forward with Bangalore torpedoes, mine detectors, and charges. Tanks followed along lanes cut through mine belts under smoke. The Luftwaffe came on thick in the early hours. Fighters over bombers, across selected fields and village edges. The Soviet air arm answered with patrols stacked over belts and with fighter bombers ready to strike columns caught by a hedge or a ditch. The first day's geometry was familiar. Pressure at chosen points, a narrow gain at high cost, and a sense for everyone involved that the first belt had been only the beginning. In the north, Model's 9th Army ran into the part of the defense designed for him. Olkovatka and Poniri, villages on ridges that controlled the road net, were turned into strong points in layers. 13th Army under Pukov and neighboring formations had tied bunkers and trenches into a grid that allowed a company to be pulled back through one line and reappear in another, still within range of its own pre-sighted guns. German infantry took outer lines and bunkers. Assault guns were brought forward along cleared lanes. Soviet counterattacks at battalion strength hit flanks and then fell back by the same routes. By 7th July, gains were measured by trenches and yards of crest. The second belt, which had been the real intent of the day's work, remained a day away. When Model shoved in his reserves to make that day come, he found the same belts repeated, wired and ranged. By the 10th, the northern attack was a press that had lost the leverage it needed. In the south, Hoth's 4th Panzer Army tried to make the textbook happen. Bring the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, Leibstandarte, Das Reich, Totenkopf, through the first belt, pivot on Oboyan's roads, and drive to the Sel crossings at Prokhorovka. Bring Army Detachment Kempf up on the right to guard the flank and widen the approach. The first step worked. Through the 6th and 7th of July, breaches were made in the first belt. Engineers worked under fire to widen lanes. Infantry cleared villages on either side of the axis. The second step cost more. Minefields that had been laid in depth caught tanks and assault guns even after lanes were marked. Anti-tank guns, sighted to fire down the opened routes, hit lead vehicles and stalled columns. Counterattacks at regiment strength bit at shoulders. The Luftwaffe ran lift after lift of fighter cover and close support, while the VVS pressed up its own concentrations. Neither side owned the sky for long enough to make the day solely an airman's fight. By 10th July, Hoth's spearhead stood close enough to Prokhorovka to see the line of the railway and the open ground along the Psel. The pause that followed was not a choice. It was the sum of fuel, engineering, and ammunition. The reserve moved. Konev pushed 5th Guards Tank Army under Rotmistrov toward Prokhorovka, from the steppe front to the Voronezh front's hand. The order was plain: meet the advance with mass and keep the line from breaking. Rotmistrov's corps, Guards tank and mechanized formations, took position around the rail line and the state farms east of the Sel. They arrived by forced marches, with units at different stages of refit, some brigades down on maintenance, all carrying enough fuel and ammunition for an initial clash, but not for a pursuit. On the 12th of July, the collision came in a narrow space. Soviet tanks, T-34s and lighter machines, went forward on a short axis to meet German panzer regiments that were trying to deploy in the same ground. Dust, smoke, and the limits imposed by ditches and hedges collapsed the ranges. Close-in fights along the Oktyabrski State Farm, the line of the anti-tank ditch, and up to the Sel's banks produced losses that both sides tallied afterward in numbers that made sense only to whoever had stood at a given hedge. The day did not give Hoth the road to Oboyan. It did not destroy Rotmistrov's army either. It fixed the southern attack on ground it could not abandon and could no longer improve. While Prokhorovka held the front's eye, the larger lever was thrown elsewhere. On 12th of July, the same day the clash along the Sel ran its course, Soviet forces north of the salient opened an offensive of their own, Operation Kutuzov, against the Orel salient that bulged down toward Kursk. Bryansk and western fronts moved on a line built in spring for offense. Artillery grouped to break a shoulder, infantry in depth to widen the breach, tank formations ready to run through once the line bent. Model, feeling pressure on his flanks and his rear areas, began to thin the units he had been using to push south and turn to face north. The connection between the two halves of the German plan, Model's pressure from Orel and Hoth's from Belgorod, was now less a pincer than a hinge under stress. Through the last half of July, the Orel position bent and then broke. Orel itself was evacuated. By August 5th, it was lost. Moscow marked the day with an artillery salute, the first of the war. In the south, the same method came on the calendar a few days later. On the 3rd of August, Operation Rumyantsev, aimed at the Belgorod-Kharkov axis, opened. Voronezh front and the steppe front shifted from defense to attack on a line prepared in depth for exactly that turn. Belgorod fell on the 5th of August. The city's loss paired with Orel's created the occasion for another salute. Kharkov took longer. The city, wrested in March by the German counterstroke, was defended by formations that fought hard for every street and open space. Through mid-August, battles that looked like smaller versions of winter's local fights ran along boulevards and in factory districts. The city fell on 23rd August after an enveloping approach forced withdrawals from positions that could no longer be made into islands. The line that had been lost in spring was now taken again in late summer. Kursk's arithmetic, added up, produced more than repaired ground lines. The German offensive, Operation Citadel, had been planned as a single hard stroke to restore room to maneuver. It had spent elite formations, new equipment, and the last margin of strategic surprise without achieving the break the plan required. North of the salient, Kutuzov turned pressure into a retreat. South of it, Rumyantsev did the same, and the forfeiture of Orel and Belgorod-Kharkov marked a change in which side set the year's terms. Air forces showed the same shift. The Luftwaffe, still effective in hours and sectors, had absorbed losses in crews and machines that could not be replaced at the pace the Red Army's air arm could now maintain. From July onward, the initiative, who chose where weight would fall, remained with Moscow. For Chuikov's 8th Guards Army, the summer's decision determined when and where its new title would meet new ground. Held back through the Kursk battle, it moved south as part of the Stavka Reserve committed toward the Donbass when the line there began to bend under pressure in August. The same craft learned in stone and steel on the Volga, short, sharp artillery schedules keyed to meters, infantry working in small groups along covered routes, engineers ready to turn a ditch into a crossing and a lane into a breach, shifted to open fields and riverbanks. Along the Seversky Donets, and later beneath the low ridges that bar the way to the steppe, the army took sectors that had to be pushed a village at a time under fire. By early September, as other fronts forced the Mios line and the Donbass's towns fell in sequence to pressure that widened with each day's success, the 8th Guards Army's orders aligned with what the larger plan required next. Reach the Dnieper while the retreats were still hurried. Cross before the line could harden. Hold bridgeheads through the first bad weather of autumn. The details of those crossings, boats arranged in darkness, artillery set to lift by fixed meters, pontoons thrown under fire, belonged to the next chapter, but the summer had already set their logic. Inside Stalingrad itself, the summer's work kept to a smaller clock. The rebuilt water system ran fitfully and then with confidence. Lines were strung to bring power to districts where factory shops could be cleared and restarted. Bridges over ravines were replaced with timber from the countryside because steel belonged, by the same tables that had rationed shells the previous winter, to other fronts. The medals struck for the city's defense appeared on more tunics. The lists of the decorated grew, the rolls of the dead grew as well and were entered into ledgers that archivists assembled under lamps where, a season before, staff officers had traced barrages with ruler and pencil. The practical steps of repair, roof beams, windows, tram rails laid straight enough to carry cars again, took longer than any season and did not concern the next operation directly. They mattered for a different reason. They made the city again into a place that could be left by the army that had defended it. Elsewhere along the front, the habit of writing orders learned on the Volga showed up in summer's more open fights. Anti-tank belts in depth around Kursk mimicked the way a single block had been made to survive by connecting it to others. The artillery that had once lifted its fire to let a boat cross a flooded, shell-cut landing now lifted in the same measured way to let a tank army pass through a tree line without pausing under enemy guns. Infantry still moved in small groups with tasks tied to precise ground. The ground simply had more sky over it, and the distances were measured in hedges and ditches rather than in stairs and landings. The lesson that had been hard to write in autumn hugged the enemy to reduce his strongest tools, translated at Kursk into rapid close counterattacks that robbed a breakthrough of space and turned it back into a breach to be sealed by night. Germany answered summer with the same tools it had always used when ground was given: local skill and speed. The counterstroke that recovered Kharkov in March reappeared as a method in August, only this time in reverse. Short blows to make a retreat orderly, then a stand on a line that had been chosen before the first step back. It worked for days and weeks, not for the season. The armor that had been gathered for Citadel did not vanish, but after July its use was constrained by the need to plug seams rather than to cut them. The air arm still took opportunities as weather and fuel allowed, but the depth of Soviet fighter coverage and the growth in numbers of medium bombers and ground attack regiments closed those opportunities more often and earlier in the day. Summer's close made the autumn's work legible in advance. A river line that had to be taken by storm, new bridges, new ferry timetables, new lists. When August turned to September, the map from Kursk to the lower Dnieper showed a long curve of arrows aimed at crossings. Rail line priorities changed to match. Pontoons and trestles forward, bridging park fuel rations set by table and enforced. Boatyards on inland rivers ordered to deliver hulls to assembly points that had nothing to do with peacetime work. Engineer units rehearsed night loads and marked approaches in darkness with steps counted, not measured. The armies that had filled the salient's shoulders now aimed at the river line. Those that had held the outer ring at Stalingrad, now renamed and integrated into different fronts, took their places for the next work. The quiet inside Stalingrad, which had been the battle's contrast, became only another city's routine again. The sound that replaced bombardment was administrative. The movement of men and machines west, the marking of rails for trains that would carry a season's plan to the next set of banks. The summer that began with a German attempt to restore freedom of action ended with that freedom measured in days and sectors instead of in campaigns. Citadel did not simply fail to pinch a salient. It set the conditions for a pair of offensives, Kutuzov and Rumyantsev, that pushed the front back to where the next logical line lay and kept the initiative with the side that had learned in a city on the Volga how to turn a plan into a schedule. The next act would not be decided at a single crossroads like Prokhorovka, nor in a single city fought street by street. It would be decided along a river measured by hundreds of kilometers, where the craft of ferries in the dark and barrages by the minute would be scaled up again. The men who had crossed the Volga in hulls with ice on their gunwales would, before the first frosts returned, be told to do the same thing on water that ran wider and in weather no more forgiving. The maps were already marked for it. The bridges and boats were already being counted. Autumn did not announce itself with color so much as with orders. After the summer's twin decisions, Citadel blunted at Kursk, Orel and Belgorod-Kharkov retaken, the fronts that had spent July and August trading belts and counterblows turned all their arrows toward a single line on the map, the Dnieper. German staffs called the river's western escarpment part of a new eastern wall, the Panther-Wotan line. Its shape was real enough, even if the name promised more than it could deliver. The right bank, high, broken by ravines and towns clinging to bluffs, favored a defender who could arrive first. The Soviet problem was set by geography before a single pontoon was slid into the water. Get across a river, half a kilometer wide in places, under fire, then climb. The rhythm that had been learned at Stalingrad, night movement, short artillery programs as a clock, small groups sent ahead to fix a line in place, scaled to a river measured in hundreds of kilometers. Through September, the fronts fanned out to the Dnieper on a broad arc from north of Kiev to the bend above Zaporizhzhia and beyond. When bridges were found intact, they were fought for and usually lost. When they were destroyed, engineers counted the spans and the current and started work by rote. Forward detachments, rifle companies stiffened with sappers and a few guns dragged up behind tractors, crossed first in boats and on rafts made of doors, timbers, and drum. Their task was never to seize a city. It was to hold a strip of bank, signal back by flare when a cut in the reeds was safe to land, and survive until heavier weapons could be brought over. The Luftwaffe's pressure was less than it had been a year earlier, but it was not absent. Low, fast strikes came at ferries and bridge parks, finding gaps in fighter cover and holes in the smoke. The response was the same craft repeated at a larger scale. Guns massed on the near bank to build curtains at set minutes, boats loaded to match precisely what a hull could carry. So nothing had to be unlashed under fire, crossings timed to darkness and to the slow turn of wind on the floodplain. Where the river braided around islands, most famously at Khortytsia by Zaporizhzhia, those islands became midstream fortresses and ladders, each step gained by the same small unit methods that had been learned among city stairwells. Names that had carried weight years earlier returned in a new register now. Dnipropetrovsk and Dniprodzержinsk on the bend. Zaporizhzhia astride the Dnieper hydroelectric station, its massive dam wounded in 1941 and again as the defenders pulled back. Kiev far to the north where bluffs rose sheer from the water. Between them were dozens of villages that never appeared in communiques and filled engineers' notebooks. Landing places, floodplain tracks, and shelves of ground where a pontoon could be extended another span before daybreak. Headquarters changed names as they moved. By late October, the fronts that had closed on the river were retitled to match the ground they faced. What had been Steppe became Second Ukrainian Front. What had been southwestern became 3rd Ukrainian Front. Farther north, Voronezh became 1st Ukrainian Front. The change mattered mainly on paper. The staffs were the same, the ledgers and maps followed. Chuikov's army, the 62nd redesignated in spring as the 8th Guards, marched south and west with the columns intended for the lower river. It would cross not at Kiev, but nearer the bend, where ferries could work in the lee of banks and where towns like Dniprodzerzhinsk, Dnipropetrovsk, and, to the south, the industrial knot of Kryvyi Rih lay behind the bluffs. The first big crack on the lower river came around Zaporizhzhia in mid-October. German rearguards tried to make the dam and the island behind it into doors that could be closed and barred. Bridges were dropped. Approaches were mined and registered. The attack that broke the position was not violent so much as continuous. Crossings forced at night, the shoulders of the island seized and broadened. Artillery ferried in pieces and reassembled among boulders, blackened by 2 years of war. When the city fell, it did not offer spectacle. It opened roads. Days later, farther up the bend, Dnipropetrovsk and Dniprodzerzhinsk followed under the same pressure. Crossings made, bluffs climbed, streets fought through with the same care for angles and doors that city fighting always demands. The dam loomed over everything, a monument to power turned into cover and obstruction both. The river ran on past it, as indifferent to names as to plans. North around Kiev, the river had a different grammar. The first lodgements were taken in late September and early October on the East Bank's floodplain, Bukrin and its neighbors, low ground cut with ravines, marsh, and thickets. Twice in October, the 1st Ukrainian Front tried to turn those footholds into a breakout. Hard blows with armor ferried over piecemeal and infantry, sometimes wading through water up to the chest to reach start lines. Twice the ground turned the order of battle upside down. Tanks that had to be used as mobile pillboxes bogged or were trapped in cuts. Infantry who needed lanes found only tangled gullies. When the second effort stumbled, the staff did not write another date on the same map square. Instead, under strict deception, armies and tank corps were shifted north by night to a different bridgehead at WWII. Higher ground, better roads once a crossing could be made, a longer strike toward Kiev, but along routes a column could actually use. The crossing at WWII reused every habit that had kept boats moving on the Volga the year before, scaled to a capital city. East Bank guns opened in careful intervals to push watchers into cover. Boats started under that curtain. Small parties went first to cut wire and mark landings. Heavier ferries followed with anti-tank guns lashed on deck. When the first tanks, brought over piece by piece or across flimsy trestles thrown together in darkness, reached the far bank, they were guided by men who knew which track would carry weight and which led to a culvert that would not. The attack that followed at the start of November did not run, it stepped. The city fell on the 6th of November, before the snows, after the work. Counterstrokes came at once, west and south of the capital. German armored units threw in sharp blows that retook Zhytomyr late in the month and pressed toward the capital along roads that freezing rain turned to glass. The front heaved, then steadied, with the same seasonal logic that had set the pace at Stalingrad. Winter puts a hand on every wheel. South again. In the bend and below it, crossings multiplied. The 8th Guards Army went over on a sector where the left bank's reed beds gave cover and the right bank's low shelves offered just enough ground to bring guns in behind infantry who had clung to the first foxholes under the bluff. Engineer Parks worked without preface. Pontoons pumped hard in the cold to keep their lines under pressure. Trestles thrown out into black water. Landing stages built of timbers so green they bled sap under the axe. Night after night, the schedule repeated. A flare at a fixed minute, a lane opened by fire, hulls nosing into reeds, crates passed hand to hand, men stepping ashore into mud and frost. The difference from the Volga was not method, but scale. Instead of one city, there were dozens. Instead of one strip of bank, there was a chain. German commands made the river do as much work as they could. The eastern wall had never been finished as a continuous fortification, but its natural advantages were real, where ground and time coincided. Rear guards, especially in towns on bluffs, fought with the skill earned by long retreat. Mines laid with care in culverts and in the angles of streets, machine guns sighted to rake stairways down to the water, artillery fired from the next ridge to burst on slopes where a column would have to pass, where manganese and other industry mattered, as at Nikopol on the lower river, orders from higher headquarters stiffened resistance. That bridgehead, awkward and dangerous for the attacker to leave in his rear, persisted into winter as a problem the next season would have to solve. The 8th Guards Army's movement past the bend wrote a familiar outline across new names. Once a strip was held, the army pushed out in small wedges, bending a front away from the water so that heavier units, assembled behind, could enter and widen the breach. Anti-tank guns were ferried or dragged up to the heights and sighted to cover the likely counters. Communications, wire where possible, runners where not, were laid shallow and often because ice and shell splinters cut them hourly. When a town had to be taken, platoons moved house to house across yards, through gardens, under low walls, routes marked on a field sketch that counted doors and chimneys rather than streets and blocks. Reports read like those from a different autumn in a different city, post held, stairway mined, counterfire broken by 3 lifts. By late October, the crossings had bred bridgeheads, and the bridgeheads had grown teeth. Zaporizhia was held. Dnipropetrovsk and Dniprodzerzhinsk were in hand. Farther north, the Kyiv lodgements were tied to roads that mattered. Across the river's whole length, artillery was grouped not just for defense, but for the next push. Belts of guns on the east bank firing across and beyond the far shore to keep a defense from reforming in daylight. Regimental batteries ferried over and dug in by night to give infantry their own clock. The Luftwaffe still found places to strike, and did, but the sky's balance had shifted. Soviet fighters and ground attack aircraft, multiplying through the year, ranged over crossings long enough and in numbers sufficient to make even daring daylight raids a gamble the other side could not play often. The city far behind the crossings kept to its new routines. In Stalingrad, water ran more reliably each week. Power reached farther. Streets remained interrupted by the hollows of buildings that would not be replaced soon, but trams began to run on rails straight enough to carry a car from one living district to the next. The medals struck for the defense appeared in lines at distribution posts. The lists of recipients and the lists of the dead both grew, entered by clerks at tables warmed by small stoves. Units that had earned those ribbons were already gone, marked as guards on morning states and traveling west by rail, their method a portable thing, their name a reminder of the riverbank where they'd learned it. The autumn's logistics read like answers to the summer's questions. Trains that had carried mines to Kursk now carried boats to the Dnieper. Rail spurs stopped short of the water and ended in parks where everything was measured. Plank length, pontoon draft, the number of coils of wire each company would carry. Where a crossing had to move in silence, orders shifted from wire to wristwatch. At the minute, replaced on the telephone, because telephones clicked and betrayed positions. Sappers learned curves and eddies as carefully as they had once learned the bend of a stair. When the first frost set a crust on the floodplain, the shape of the work changed again. ice giving a false promise of firmness, trestles needing extra bracing, boats scraping along edges that would take a hull's paint and then its planks if a pilot misjudged. The capture of Kyiv in early November marked more than a date. It fixed a rhythm for the rest of the year. German counterattacks through mid and late November pressed back in places. Zhytomyr changed hands. The line flickered along the roads west of the capital, but the front did not break. Farther south, where the river bent and ran toward the Black Sea, the bridgeheads became springboards that put the German armies in Ukraine on a timetable they had not chosen. Every day a ferry crossed, a lane was cut in a mine belt beyond the bluffs. A platoon pushed the line a courtyard farther from the water, meant a road could be reached next week rather than in 2. Behind the river, other preparations turned under winter light. In December, staffs finalized plans for strikes that winter would allow. A pocket to be fashioned in the rolling country around Korsun-Shevchenkovsky, at the hinge between the Kyiv sector and the Bend, to remove a dangerous salient the enemy had held on to after the capital's fall. Farther south, a pair of blows to collapse the Nikopol bridgehead and to pry open the approaches to Kryvyi Rih and Nikopol's manganese, work that would pull the lower right bank out from under the line the retreat needed. Those plans did not replace the river crossings. They grew from them. A winter offensive is a function of where roads are passable, where guns can be supplied, and where rivers can be crossed without turning the banks into traps. The autumn had made those choices for the winter. For men in the units, the season read simply: on the bank at dusk, a flare, then the shudder of guns on the near side, then the scrape of a hull on frozen reeds. In a town on a bluff, a knock through a wall where a door would be a death warrant, a lane covered by a gun moved by hand to an angle that raked a courtyard. A runner counting steps to a trench because he had walked it at midnight with no moon. On a ridge behind the river, a gun line measuring ranges to the next village by the silhouette of a church against snow. These were ordinary movements by then, fixed by practice rather than by any speech. By year's end, the map showed a new truth. The Dnieper, which in September had been a destination, was in December a line that had been crossed in strength and at many points. Kyiv was held. Zaporizhia and the Bend were in hand. Bridgeheads dotted the west bank from north to south. Trains that had once turned back from the river now ran across it on bridgework thrown and guarded by the same methods that had ferried boats in darkness a few weeks before. Far to the south, the Bend below Nikopol glowed on situation maps as a problem left deliberately for winter's first blow. Stalingrad's shadow fell forward over all of it, not in romance, but in work. The habit of matching minutes to meters, the insistence on closing with an enemy to deny him his best tools, the way small groups altered a large plan by holding a precise piece of ground. All of that moved from a single city to a river system and from a defense to an attack. The river crossings on the Dnieper did not have one day by which they are remembered. They had a season in which each night stitched another span to a plan that was meant to last. The next chapter of that plan would open when the snow had a crust firm enough to carry a man and a sleigh, and the roads west of the river no longer took a wheel to its hub. It would begin on the Ross and the Niloi, Tikich, around village names that almost no one knew beyond their counties, and it would end with a pocket closed in winter that showed the same geometry learned before. Strike the shoulders, keep the ring supplied by schedule, and let the ground, once fixed, do its own work. For the armies that had crossed the Dnieper in boats with ice on their gunwales, the winter offered no mystery. It asked for the same craft, just written across new banks. Winter tightened and then went brittle. Along the Dnieper's long west bank, the lodgements cut in autumn were no longer lines of reeds and markers in mud. They were springboards with guns dug in, wire strung, and schedules set by watches. The river had been crossed in dozens of places. Now the front set about using those crossings to break the geometry of retreats that clung to bluffs and road hubs. North of the bend, the first large encirclement of the new year took shape on ground that turned to slush by day and iron by night. In late January 1944, the 1st and 2nd Ukrainian fronts struck at the shoulders of a salient around Korsun and Zvenihorodka. 2 German corps held there, tethered to roads that had served counterstrokes in November and now served only as corridors to a pocket forming at their backs. The ring closed in snow, the link-up marked not by fanfare, but by the practical work that always follows. Field guns rolled forward to register the pocket's roads, sappers strung wire, and staff officers divided the circle into arcs with times attached. Relief attempted to force the ring open from the south. Sorties broke from inside toward the meeting point. Snow, wind, and the thaw that pulled at tracks did what winter always does: equalized plans by punishing movement. Some groups sliced out through the dark in small knots. Many did not. The pocket ended in February, with a wreckage of guns in gullies and carts abandoned where the last shells had been spent. The pattern was familiar without being a copy. Smaller than Stalingrad, faster, pressed by weather instead of streets. But the same logic applied. Strike the shoulders, make a ring, feed the ring with shells and habit, let the map do the rest. Farther south, the work had a different shape and a different prize. The Nikopol bridgehead on the lower Dnieper, held to shield the manganese fields and to cover crossings into the steppe, had survived autumn's first shocks. It sat awkwardly on the east bank, an anvil the Germans needed, and the Soviets would not leave in their rear. At the end of January, the 3rd and 4th Ukrainian fronts broke it apart with method more than haste. Night crossings made under short, dense barrages, wedges pushed under the bluffs, counterfires raked by batteries massed across the river, and when a shoulder gave, armor and engineers poured through a breach timed to bridges thrown in hours, not days. By mid-February, the bridgehead was gone. The same fortnight brought the fall of Kryvyi Rih, its mines and spoil heaps turned into redoubts and then into cover for the next advance. Chuikov's 8th Guards Army, reborn from the 62nd Army that had held the Volga's bank, fought there among slag and windbreaks, moving as it had learned to move in stone. Short bounds, storm groups along covered routes, artillery lifting by fixed meters to carry a company to the next wall or embankment. Reports read like October in a new vocabulary: cut through garden plots, mine a stair, 2 lifts to the next lane. With the bend cracked and the lower river's east bank holdouts gone, the fronts turned toward the rivers that mattered for the next gate, the Inhulets and the southern Bug. March thaw made roads treacherous and crossings fickle. The 8th Guards Army pushed across the Inhulets under the same rhythm that had ferried boats on the Volga. Guns opening a curtain at a minute set the night before. Hulls and pontoons timed to that breathing space. Light anti-tank pieces lashed to rafts so the first line could bite and stay. Once over, the army bent the line away from the water so heavier units could enter. The Bereznegovatoye-Snigirevka operation in mid-March pulled the defense off the Bug's east bank. Then the crossings went in at night, trestles thrown under fire. Mykolaiv fell at the turn of the month after street fighting in a city cut by water and docks. The port's cranes, black against dawn, became landmarks from which gunners told ranges by memory. 10 days later, Odessa went the same way, a coastal fight helped by the Black Sea Fleet's guns and patrol craft, but decided in streets and yards by the same small unit craft that had earned its place a year before. By mid-April, the 3rd Ukrainian Front stood on the Dniester and held bridgeheads where the river would allow it, East Bank towns taken and West Bank crossings made where a night's work and a morning's artillery could fix them. North of the coast road, the winter's other strokes rippled in their own corridors. The Korsun pocket's loss pried open the route to Uman and the Bug's upper crossings. The Proskurov-Chernovtsi offensive broke the hinge that had tied German lines from Kiev to the Carpathians, forcing a retreat back toward the Dniester's middle reaches. The Uman-Botoshani advance reached into the Moldavian hills and onto the approaches to Iashi before the season. The roads and the need to reorganize checked it. The front, which had run in arcs around a city the previous winter, now ran between rivers and hills in lines that changed by weeks rather than by hours. But the same arithmetic held. Ammunition forward first, sappers where the map turned blue, strikes at shoulders, rings whenever a salient offered itself on ground that supply could reach. The Luftwaffe still took chances where the sky allowed, and some of those chances punished a crossing or a column on a bare road. Fewer of them came off now. Fighter cover thickened with the year, fields lengthened and hardened in step with the ground forces. Bomber regiments that had hunted ferry slips in the dark on the Volga learned the ridgelines and culverts of the Bug and the Dniester as if they were streets in a ruined quarter. When weather closed in, it closed for both sides. When it lifted, the side that could put more aircraft over a bridge for longer hours owned the river's far bank for the day. Logistics wrote themselves into the winter more clearly than any speech. Trains that had carried belts of mines to Kursk and boats to the Dnieper now ran pontoons, wire, and petrol to the Bug and the Dniester. Bridges went up behind bridgeheads at a rate that made the river look narrower on a map than it was to the men hauling cable hand over hand in black water. Staffs lived by tables that reduced ideas to what could be done before the next thaw ate the roads and the next freeze locked them flat. This many trestles by midnight. That many guns across by dawn. Shells forward in packets sized to a hull, so no crate had to be broken open on the wrong side of a bank under fire. The craft that had been learned at Stalingrad, matching minutes to meters, ran through all of it. Korsun altered the German side's ledger in ways clearer to a quartermaster than to a clerk writing bulletins. A pocket lost in winter meant formations that might have covered the Kiev sector's roads in spring were gone. The collapse of the Nikopol bridgehead cost both a resource and a bridgehead that had tied the lower river's line together. The retreat from Odessa took a port and a set of railheads the front could not easily do without. Units pulled back across the right bank of Ukraine and where they could, stood on the Dniester and the Carpathian approaches. Where they could not, they improvised the way soldiers do under orders that begin to use the word delay more often than hold. Within the 8th Guards Army, the winter and spring ended in the same way all long movements end, with a list. Battalions rebuilt around cadres that had crossed too many rivers in too few weeks. Companies counted rifles and machine guns by hand. Artillery parks measured the life left in tubes that had fired beyond their ideal allotment. The Army's title, Guards, still meant what it had meant when it was awarded, but it was an honor that did not carry extra petrol in its pocket. The order that followed, when roads dried and rails were cleared, was to move again. In late spring, as the fronts were renamed and redistributed for the year's second half, Chuikov's army came out of the line in the south and went by rail to a new command farther north and west. The paperwork called it a transfer to a front that would be given the number 1st Belarusian when headquarters were reflagged towards summer. The men understood only that the view from the flat car changed from steppe to forest, and that the river names on the boards at stations were no longer the ones they had held all winter. Back in the Volga city that had given the army its method, the work of repair moved at a pace no offensive could match. Water ran steadier, the taste of rust fading week by week. Power reached workshops where machines turned again under belts that had been patched and repatched. Tram lines reappeared in streets that had been impassable for a year. Lists of those decorated for the defense were read in halls with new roofs and patched windows. Rolls of the dead were entered in ledgers at desks that had once been artillery boards. The medal minted for the city's defense glittered dully on blouses in queues at ration posts, a small disc attached to habits that had outlasted sirens and barrages. The noise at night was no longer shell fire. It was the low, constant note of a city trying to work. The front's map at the end of spring had a different kind of order than the one that had been taken into winter. Kiev held. The right bank of Ukraine, from the capital's latitude down to the estuary of the Dniester, had been retaken in slices and leaps. Bridgeheads west of the Dnieper had become roads. Odessa was in the rear. Across the Dniester, the next set of names was Romanian. North of there, far north, another set of preparations filled the forests and the marshes between Vitebsk and Bobruisk, Orsha and Mogilev. The year's largest answer to 1941's deepest questions was being arranged there, a blow designed not as a single break, but as a whole front collapsed in sequence. It would have its own numbers and its own arrows. The men who had carried hulls on the Volga and hauled guns over the Bug would not fight in those marshes, most of them, but they would feel the result in the way the line bent everywhere at once. For now, the lesson that had traveled from a city on a high riverbank to a winter of encirclements and crossings was simple and sufficient. Strike where the ground joins, not where it seems strongest. Use night the way a craftsman uses a tool he trusts. Make artillery a clock. Bring men in small groups to exact places and let the map grow from those points outward, not the other way around. Winter had to prove that a ring could be made under snow as surely as it had been made in streets. Spring had shown that river lines longer than a frontier could be crossed by schedule. Summer would ask the same habits to work in forests and on a different set of rivers, with a different capital on the far bank. The train doors closed, the rails shuddered, the river names on the station boards changed. The method did not. Summer 1944 opened not with spectacle, but with preparation. The fronts that had crossed the Dnieper and cracked the lower right bank in winter spread maps across trestle tables and wrote a single immense word over Belarus. Bagration. The plan, divided among 4 fronts, aimed to break the German center where the line met marsh and rail, to cut the roads that tied Minsk to the east, and to do it by the same method that had matured since the Volga. Strike both shoulders, close rings in sequence, and keep the schedule with artillery and rail. Railheads pushed forward through the forests and peat. Ammunition parks took shape under camouflage nets. Bridging trains idled short of rivers with the right number of pontoons counted and stacked. Forward airfields hardened enough for regiments to move closer together. Partisan detachments, now organized by region and staff, worked to the same clock. Culverts blown in the night, rails sprung by the kilometer, switching yards harassed, so that what moved behind the German front moved irregularly, or not at all. Staffs in Moscow and at the fronts agreed on the opening day with an eye half on memory, 22nd June, and half on the weather. The ground would bear guns. The rivers would run, but not so fast that a trestle would be torn away in an hour. On the right wing of the operation, the first Belarusian front under Konstantin Rokossovsky wrote 2 arrows where most staffs would draw 1. He argued for a pair of main efforts around Bobruisk, one striking from the north out of the forests, the other from the south along the eastern skirts of the Pripyat marshes, so that the enemy's 9th Army would be taken in a vice rather than pushed back along a single road. North and west of him, the 2nd and 3rd Belarusian fronts aimed at Orsha and Vitebsk. To the far left, the First Baltic Front set its weight against the top of the bulge. The geometry was deliberate. Break the ribs, not the sternum. Once the ribs give, the center cannot breathe. Dawn on 22nd June began with guns. Preparations rolled forward in dense, timed bands, minutes per lift, meters per lift, across trench lines and company strong points that had been registered for weeks. Assault groups moved behind the barrages with mine detectors and bangalores. Sappers cut the first lanes. Infantry followed in files that swelled into lines only when the ground allowed. At Orsha, where the German line had been thickened with concrete and a belt of anti-tank positions, the fight ran 7 days through dug fire sacks and along a rail that had been measured for range by both sides. The belt broke when the second echelon passed through at places chosen in maps, not in the first sight of a hedge. At Vitebsk, the Third Belarusian and First Baltic fronts closed a small ring and then a larger one. The city fell as a consequence of the geometry rather than as a separate prize. South of the highway, Rokossovsky's 2 blows did what he had argued they would. The northern group punched through on firm ground and bent southwest. The southern group, moving along the edge of the marshes where staff used to write the word impassable, carried its bridges forward on men's shoulders, made crossings at night over black water that smelled of peat, and surfaced behind positions the Germans had thought covered by forest and by habit. Bobruisk became a pocket in days, not weeks. Relief struck from the west and broke against artillery massed just for that hour. The ring tightened. Roads were registered for interdiction. The ground itself, the marsh underfoot, the canalized lanes outward, did work. The attackers did not need to repeat. Past Bobruisk, the rivers came in a sequence. The Berezina was taken as the guns had planned it. Crossings forced under curtains of fire, bridgeheads expanded by wedges that found firm patches at the base of bluffs. Bridges thrown with trestles first, rafts next, pontoons last when the banks were secure enough to risk them. Minsk lay behind those rivers at the hub of every road. The city was not defended as a fortress. It was used as a way out. The exits were cut in time. On the 3rd of July, formations from 2 fronts entered Minsk from east and south as the last organized columns ran into belts that had been registered to fall on crossroads and squares. The pocket west of the city formed and folded in a few days. Schedules, not speeches. The operation did not stop where most maps print Minsk in larger type. The same method, rings at Vitebsk and Bobruisk, wedges across the Berezina, a rope drawn tight around Minsk, now ran west on more names, Baranovichi, Slonim, and the Niemen and Narev rivers beyond. To the north, Vilnius fell after heavy, close fighting around its rail yards and forts. Kaunas followed in an arc that hinged on the Niemen. Army Group Center, the German command across the sector, no longer existed as a single instrument. Its parts fell back on lines that had not been prepared to hold a summer war. For Chuykov's army, the 8th Guards, transferred north and west after the bug in the Nesta, the summer decision set a fresh path. The First Belarusian Front, turning its right-hand success into a broader sweep, drove toward Brest and Lublin. The western bug, narrower than the Dnieper and more winding, was crossed by the same craft that had worked on the larger river. First boats under night barrages, then anti-tank guns lashed to rafts, then trestles and pontoons thrown as fast as sappers could count the spans and bind the cables. Lublin fell late in July, taken by converging attacks that cut its roads first and its squares after. Just outside the city, a camp complex at Majdanek was found largely intact, rows of barracks and rails that told plainly, without need of any further words, what the occupation had meant. The front recorded the fact and moved on. The discovery would have a life long after any staff diary. The drive now turned to the last river before the German frontier proper, the Vistula. The first Belarusian front moved on two axes, one toward Warsaw, the other toward the crossings south of the city where the river bent near Magnuszew and Puławy. Mobile formations reached the suburbs east of Warsaw in the last days of July. Reconnaissance by tank brigades pressed to Radzymin and Wołomin and were met by a swift counterblow from German armored reserves shifted with unusual speed. The fight there ran across fields and village edges in the heat of the year, left wrecks at hedges that had been fence lines in spring, and forced the forward Soviet tank corps to pull back into the cover of infantry and guns. On the far bank, on the 1st of August, a rising began inside Warsaw itself. For those at the riverside in the days that followed, the city's smoke and gunfire were a line across water, close enough to see and too far to turn by any single order. The front did not have bridges in place at the capital. It did at Magnuszew and Puławy. The crossings there were made by schedule, not by hope. At Magnuszew, where the east bank ran low before the river found the bluff again, the 8th Guards Army and neighboring formations put boats across under heavy, fixed fire plans that opened and closed like curtains. First nights built footholds. Second and third nights widened them. Days were for holding and for shuttling light guns forward under smoke. Counterattacks came in August, sharp, well-handled blows by German divisions that had spared themselves in the Belarus retreat for exactly this work. They struck at the bridgehead's shoulders, aiming to pinch the lodgment back into the water. Anti-tank fronts, guns sighted in knots with overlapping fields of fire, anchored the defense. East Bank artillery laid interdiction into likely assembly areas and along the roads the counterattackers had to use. For days the bridgehead flexed and held. When the ground dried enough to carry heavier trestles, the lodgment grew teeth. At Puławy, farther south along the same river, the story repeated at a different scale. Engineers pushed a bridge under intermittent air attack. Rifle corps filed across and dug in under the eyes of forward observers who had memorized the look of each copse on the far bank. Attempted counterstrokes fell short when guns massed by the hour and by the kilometer spoke together. By early September, both bridgeheads were deeper rather than merely wider. They were kept because winter's plan would need them. North of the Vistula, the arc of Bagration completed itself with a last set of pushes beyond the Niemen and into the approaches to East Prussia and the Baltic ports. South of it, fronts that had taken Odessa in spring and stood on the Dniester pressed into Romania in August, altered that country's allegiance by a coup and an armistice, and shook the line from the Black Sea to the Carpathians. The German army, which had once decided where and when to throw its weight, now spent its best formations sealing seams. The Luftwaffe, still present over specific fields and roads, no longer had a sky to itself for any hour important enough to alter the ground. In staffs and dugouts alike, the means had become routine. Orders named woods and causeways, not just towns, because artillery had to fire on time at a notch in a tree line as often as at a crossroads. Bridging parks measured cable and plank and wrote totals against a clock instead of a distance. Infantry platoons moved by covered routes because habit had proved faster than improvisation. Where cities lay along a line of advance, like Lublin, storm groups crossed yards and knocked through walls with the same confidence they had learned in stone and steel the year before. Where rivers barred the way, like the Vistula, they crossed at night by a timetable and were held by anti-tank gun knots and short, savage counterattacks that bought the minutes engineers needed. The gains were measurable on maps and rails. Minsk, Baranovichi, Vilnius, Kaunas, Brest, Lublin. Names that had been supply points for an invasion now fed a retreat in reverse. The scale of what had happened in Belarus could be read in the way German message traffic thinned and then changed tone, in the way formations were renamed on their own paper to disguise losses, in the way new lines were described as deliberate when they had been reached by speed and necessity. For the Red Army, the change showed in the ability to hold a river in more than one place and to keep those places supplied over weeks rather than days. For the 8th Guards Army, the summer ended as it had to, on a bank with trestles behind and new roads in front. The Magnushev bridgehead, hammered and kept, became the place where artillery was grouped in depth and where fuel dumps hid under netting and branches for a season colder than the one that had just passed. Across the river, the silhouette of a capital's spires and chimneys stood as a reminder of both reach and limit, reachable now by bridges not yet finished, by rails not yet laid. The Puławy lodgment and others like it gave the front options it had not had the year before. 2 hands on the far bank instead of one. The line that ran from the Baltic to the Carpathians had been redrawn in a single summer. It owed its shape to more than numbers. It owed it to a craft hammered out on the Volga, hug the enemy to blunt his strongest tools, make artillery a clock, cut and close rather than push and hope, move at night and hold by day, turn a bridgehead into a springboard by schedule, not by miracle. The next act would take those rules across the Vistula in winter and up the long roads where names would change from Polish to German. For now, the river ran low in late heat. The bridge parks stacked planks. The men learned the new ranges by the outline of trees on the far bank. The work was the same. The map had simply grown larger. Autumn on the Vistula was less a season than a staging ground. The bridgeheads taken in July and August, Magnushev and Puławy on the middle river, Sandomierz farther south, settled into routines that looked quiet only from a distance. On the east bank, roads were straightened, corduroy laid over low ground, camouflage netting drawn tight across parks where pontoons and trestles sat counted and recounted. On the west bank, shallow trenches became foxholes with overhead cover. Wire went up. Anti-tank gun knots took ranges by the outline of lone trees on ridge lines. The front did not sleep. It breathed in timetables. East of Warsaw, the summer's last lunge had stalled under fast German counterstrokes around Radzymin and Wołomin. Armored reserves moved with unusual speed, clipped the leading Soviet tank corps, and pushed them back into the shelter of infantry and guns. In the city itself, on the 1st of August, an uprising began. For 63 days the fight ran street to street, invisible on most situation maps and undeniable across the water to any man on the riverbank who could hear small arms fire carry in evening air. The first Belarusian front held the east bank without a bridge at the capital. Its crossings lay south at Magnushev and Puławy, where the lodgements had to be kept or nothing further could be attempted. Supply, ground, weather, and decisions taken far from any ruined stairwell set limits that could not be wished away. By early October, the city fell back into German hands, the uprising crushed. The river flowed on between positions that were, for now, points on opposite shores. South along the Vistula, the Sandomierz lodgment matured into something larger than a foothold. In August and September, German counterattacks probed the shoulders of the bridgehead, bringing in new heavy tanks for their first real work. Some reached the fight, many did not. Mines, marsh, mechanical faults, and ambushes took their share. Soviet anti-tank fronts, guns sighted in interlocking fields of fire and dug to the trail, made the lodgment stubborn ground at close range. By the time the first frosts tightened the ruts, what had begun as a crossing had become a base for an army. Roads fanned out to gun lines, staging areas hid in orchards. The West Bank's low hills were measured in meters and minutes, not in miles. On the far flank of the war, the Baltic changed shape. Through September and October, operations north of the Niemen severed the rail to Memel, took Riga, and left German forces isolated in the Courland Peninsula, where they would remain to the end of the war. The line that had once run unbroken from Leningrad to the Dnieper fractured into pockets and hinges. In the south, the war moved faster. In late August, a blow in Moldavia ruptured fronts near Iași and Chisinau. Romania shifted sides within days. Bulgaria followed into neutrality and then into arms against its former ally. Belgrade fell in October to a combined advance of Yugoslav partisans and the Red Army. Farther north, the first operations in Hungary opened, and by December Budapest was under siege. A winter engagement that would draw men and materiel away from the middle Vistula just as those bridgeheads were turning into springboards. Along the Vistula itself, autumn was spent on craft. Maskirovka, the disciplined routine of concealment and misdirection, ran everywhere. Dummy parks appeared where a binocular glance would find them. The real parks hid deeper, under leafless branches thickened with net. Heavy guns came forward at night in lines pre-surveyed when the light was still good. Their firing tables were tied to marks that did not move with weather, chimneys, church towers, the knuckle of a hill. Ammunition came by rail and cart until stocks matched schedules. Engineers rehearsed in darkness. Lift this plank, lay that trestle, lash a gun to a raft in a pattern that could be done by touch. Signals units strung cable shallow and often, knowing that ice and splinters would cut lines hourly. Backup routes were planned at the same time as the primary. The river crossings were not only bridges to be thrown, they were minutes to be bought. From Moscow, the winter's calendar began to harden. The year would turn with an offensive not at a single point, but along a belt of rivers. To the north, across the Narev, bridgeheads that had been taken in summer and held through autumn, Serok, Rozhan, and others, were tied to a plan to break East Prussia's outer lines. In the center, the first Belarusian front would go over the Vistula from Magnushev and Puławy. In the south, the first Ukrainian front would break from Baranów-Sandomierz. The offensive had its own logic. It also had a date that moved forward a little when the winter in the west produced an unexpected German counteroffensive in the Ardennes. Requests for weight to be applied in the east arrived by cable and by liaison. Stavka judged the ground, the stocks, and the weather, and fixed the start accordingly. The 8th Guards Army, Chuikov's old 62nd, stood in the Magnushev bridgehead and turned it into a tool. The infantry rehearsed routes to the first ridge lines beyond the river, then to the next ones. Platoons walked them at night, counting steps, learning which ditches held water even in frost and which would take a man's weight. Storm groups, the same 6 to 10 men who had made rooms and stairwells into posts on the Volga, drilled for village yards and culverts now, a sapper with a satchel, a pair with submachine guns, a light machine gun's field marked on a hedge instead of a landing. Artillery groupings thickened behind them, regimental guns to lift by short bounds, howitzers with their programs written yard by yard, rocket batteries ranged to fall in curtains at fixed minutes. The air army assigned to the front rehearsed its first hours too. Fighter cover stacked over the crossings. Ground attack regiments ready to rake road knots as soon as those roads were being used to retreat. Farther south, in the Sandomierz lodgment, the first Ukrainian front wrote its own program. Its opening would come first, timed to the frost so that fields would bear the weight of tanks and half-tracks, and the marsh at the Vistula's edge would be a road rather than a trap. The same deceptive disciplines were at work. dummy radio nets, staging in small packets rather than in obvious columns. Last-minute moves scheduled to coincide with trains elsewhere so that their noise would be covered by more distant thunder. Between lodgements, along the stretches of river without bridgeheads, rear areas were kept active on purpose so that nothing in particular would look like a point of effort until the first batteries spoke. The capital across the water remained a fact that the maps could not fold neatly. Through autumn and into early winter, the East Bank opposite Warsaw was a place where men stood in quiet and looked west. The city's ruins told their own story in outlines against low cloud. When ice formed at the river's edges, the temptation to make something exceptional of it was answered with the same rules that governed everything. Ice is a promise only if it can carry guns and supply, and even then, bridges must follow. The first crossings in the new year would not be made at the capital, but they would make the capital's position untenable. Beyond the river, in the rear, rails became the key to the season in a way that artillery had been the key to autumn. Trains moved in darkness with lights masked. Unloading points were placed behind woods, where a turn could be made without a telltale squeal of flange on rail that an enemy ear had learned to read. Fuel parks were broken up and spread. Eggs in one basket was not a phrase anyone needed to write into an order anymore. Traffic officers, men with whistles and paddles rather than rank, had an authority that set the pace of entire corps. The arithmetic was impersonal and exact. How many wagons could be brought to a forward siding in a night? How many shells a road could carry before thaw? How many minutes a ferry under smoke could be kept safe by a single battery's fire? Other fronts moved at their own winter speeds, and each movement fed the Middle River's plan. In East Prussia, pressure from the northeastern bridgeheads bent the edge of the province and began the process of isolating Königsberg. In Hungary, the winter battle around Budapest pulled German armored reserves into a pocket that had to be supplied by air and would have to be relieved, and then relieved again, at the cost of divisions that could not be in Poland at the same time. The Courland pocket, stubborn and static, pinned divisions that would otherwise have been railed south. Every map carried these exchanges of weight without comment. Every quartermaster and railwayman lived them as a table of numbers written in pencil and altered daily. By December, the weighting changed texture. The first hard freeze held. Roads lost their last mud and took on a sheen. Pipes cracked in forward dugouts and were replaced with tins and buckets that would not burst. Orders grew shorter because there was less left to say. Watches were synchronized to the minute. First salvos were timed not to dawn, but to weather, fog that would keep the opening masked until guns had already shifted to their second lines and infantry was on its feet. In the Magnusev bridgehead, wire parties laid the final runs for telephones that would exist for hours, not for days. In Sandomierz, sappers cut new lanes through belts late in summer, marked them with low pickets, then covered them again so that a stumbling foot would not betray them early. The last days of the year brought small proofs that the preparation had worked. German reconnaissance flights found as many dummies as they did real parks. The pattern of artillery registration, always an admission of intent if read carefully, was layered thick enough that any single reading misled. Prisoners taken in routine patrols gave the same answers they had been giving for a month. They expected a blow. They did not know where. They could not be reinforced quickly. The weather report on tables at every echelon said what the men in the line could feel in their hands. Cold enough to bear a vehicle, not so cold as to crack trestles. At the turn of the year, the front's big picture could be read on 2 riverbanks and along a dozen rails. Behind the Magnusev lodgment, stacked under branches, lay the pontoons that would become bridges and the cables that would hold them. Behind Sandomierz, Roads chalked on maps in July were hammered flat and frozen, north at the Narev. Crossing points were marked on sketches pinned to boards in dugouts. The 8th Guards Army stood where it had stood since summer, with a different sky and the same distances to cover the moment the guns lifted. Across the wire, the counterstrokes that had come so quickly in August had to be assembled from farther away and with fewer good roads. The signal would not be a speech or a salute. It would be a time, carried in pockets, written in pencil and sweat blurred, then spoken once and put away. When it came, it would find the same craft that had held a riverbank in another year and make it run across open country in winter. The river had served as line and lifeline both. Now it would be a starting place. The schedules lay ready in stacks. The first pages were already dated. Before dawn on the 12th of January, 1945, the winter air over the Middle Vistula shuddered under a sound that men who had crossed other rivers already knew how to read. South of Warsaw, from the Sandomier's lodgment, the 1st Ukrainian Front opened the Vistula-Oder offensive with a preparation written in minutes and meters. Field guns, howitzers, and rocket batteries lifting in bands across trench lines and gun pits that had been registered for weeks. Engineers and assault groups went first, cutting lanes through belts that frost had stiffened and snow had disguised. Tanks followed along those lanes, not fast at the start, but without pause. 2 days later, on the 14th of January, the 1st Belarusian front broke from the bridgeheads at Magnushev and Puławy. Winter fog helped the opening. Schedules did the rest. The method had been refined for years. Artillery made a clock. The infantry were its hands. Sappers carried trestles and cable as if they were rifles. Storm groups, 6 to 10 men with a sapper, a light machine gun, submachine guns, and charges, moved through village yards the way they had once moved through factory bays, under walls, over ditches, never across a skyline if there was a way around it. Once the first belts broke, the second echelons went in on time, not on sight. Tank armies poured through gaps widened by engineers in the hour they had been given to work. The ground gave by the day. From the Sandomier's shoulder, the advance ran on Kielce and Częstochowa, then angled toward the Silesian industrial belt. Krakow, rich in stone and history, was taken largely intact when a maneuver to its north and south made a stand costly to no one's advantage. Farther north, the Magnushev and Puławy bridgeheads unfolded into roads aimed at the capital and the Warta-Oder line beyond. Warsaw, battered twice in a year, fell on the 17th of January to blows that came from the south and the east, with Polish formations fighting under Soviet command on the approaches and inside the city. 3 days later, Łódź changed hands. Poznan, too strong to be taken on the run, was surrounded. The fight for its fortifications would go on while the front moved west. Logistics did their work in the winter light, bridging parks that had been stacked under leafless branches in October. Pontoons counted, trestles measured, cable coiled, turned into crossings in hours, not days. Rail battalions brought lines up behind the spearheads at a pace that let fuel and shells keep up when the roads iced and thawed by turns. Where a dump was found, it was used. Where it was not, columns fed themselves from rails that had been rebent to a new schedule. Signals units laid wire often and shallow, knowing it would be cut and relaid in the same morning. By the last 10 days of January, the offensive had become a pursuit. Along the water, then over the old frontier, the advances were counted in towns at noon and new river lines at dusk. In Silesia, the 1st Ukrainian front cut and turned without burning what it aimed to own, taking the industrial region in slices that left furnaces and cranes more useful than the ruins they might have been. Breslau was encircled and left to a siege. Other names that had been printed on German maps for a generation, Opern, Gleiwitz, were passed and logged as waypoints, not decisions. At the northern hinge of the winter, another operation kept time with the central blow. East Prussia, its outer lines already strained by autumn, was attacked in mid-January from the Niemen and the Narew. Königsberg was isolated. The coast was cut. Formations that might otherwise have been railed to the Vistula were fixed in snow and sand. South of the Carpathians, the winter battle around Budapest drew armored reserves and airlift resources into a city that would not fall quickly. Every requirement elsewhere made the Middle River's work plainer. When a map bends everywhere, the place where it bends fastest decides the rest. The last week of January brought the name that had filled the headquarters boards since autumn. On the 31st, the first Belarusian front reached the Oder at Kustrin and seized bridgeheads within sight of the spires and chimneys that marked the approaches to Berlin. The first Ukrainian front crossed the same river farther south, near Steinau and along other bends, and held ground on the west bank that Frost and artillery could keep. Poznan's forts still fired behind the advancing line. Breslau was not yet settled, but the geography of the war had changed in a fortnight. A river that had been a destination for months was now a place to start from again. Inside the 8th Guards Army, the formation that had once been the 62nd on the Volga, the winter read as a familiar sequence written on a larger scale. From the Magnushev springboard, the army broke open the first day's belts. Then, with neighboring formations, shouldered the lodgment outward so that tank armies could run the roads toward the Warta and beyond. Villages were taken by the same measurements that had worked in stone and steel: doorways, hedges, culverts, the angle of a lane to a yard. Anti-tank gun knots were sited like machine gun nests had been in another city, overlapping fields, pre-sighted turns, ammunition stacked by touch in the dark. When the Oder came up under the bows of boats, the routine from another river returned. Batteries opening a curtain by the minute, hulls scraping ice along reeds, planks laid at the far bank without a word wasted. The Luftwaffe still struck where weather and chance made room, and some crossings and columns paid. More often the sky belonged, for the hour that mattered, to the side that could stack fighters over a bend and keep ground attack regiments hunting road knots while a bridge was being finished. When the fog came down in the morning, it lowered on both sides. When it lifted by noon, gun positions that had been moved in the dark already had their ranges written in grease pencil on a board. Numbers on maps carry their own eloquence. From the Vistula to the Oder is a distance a man can cross in a day by train and cannot cross on foot in a week in January. The fronts did it with columns that did not stop at night, because the next day's objective had to be reached while the roads were still iron. The speed was not a miracle. It was the mathematics of a plan that had been taught by losses and written in schedules that did not wait for anyone who hesitated. The same craft that had kept a strip of riverbank alive in a ruined city. Move by night, hold by day, match minutes to meters, strike at the shoulders, had become an instrument for a continent. Beyond the Oder, the ground rose toward a heights that would have their own day in the spring. For the moment, the front set its guns, measured ranges to church towers and tree lines, and wrote new programs for a river that was now a line of departure. Bridgeheads were deepened, rails were pushed forward under branches and netting, fuel parks were spread rather than stacked. To the north, East Prussia's sieges tightened. To the south, Budapest's ring held and then began to shrink. The war that had once been a set of confident arrows on a single staff map was now a handful of altered choices arranged by someone else. Far behind all of this, On a river that had once been the edge of everything, a city made out of schedules instead of walls worked under winter light. Water ran in more districts each week. Trams rattled along rails straight enough to carry a car from one neighborhood to the next. Factory cranes turned again under belts that had been mended twice and would be mended again. Men who had learned to count steps in a dark stairwell had counted them again across fields of frost. Some were already writing new ranges on boards within sight of the last river before Berlin. Others were entered on lists that clerks wrote slowly in rooms warmed by small stoves. The cost had been tallied like everything else, day by day, street by street, field by field. When histories later tried to name the moment the war turned, they pointed at different places according to what they had seen and when they had arrived. The men who timed a ferry to a barrage in a city on the Volga had their own answer. Stalingrad showed that an army could be stopped, broken, and encircled. That air alone could not keep a field army alive. That a city, if tied to a river and taught to fight in rooms and landings, could hold long enough for a map traced far away to become true. Everything after, Kursk's belts, the Dnieper's crossings, the winter rings at Korsun, the summer collapse in Belarus, the Vistula in flood and in frost, grew from that lesson. At the end of January 1945, with the Oder under ice and pontoon cable cold to the touch, the distance to the Reich's capital was measured in a few dozen kilometers and in a season's worth of work. The guns were already ranged. The timetables lay clipped to boards in dugouts that smelled of cordite and damp earth. The river that had once been a lifeline was now a starting line, and the men who would cross it knew, because they had learned it the hard way, that the rest of the war would be finished the way this part had been begun, by schedule, by craft, and by holding the ground that mattered until the map, at last, had nothing more to give.